Hello, everyone. Nice to have you with us this morning, and we're really excited to get this training session started. Uh, my name is Michael. I am helping coordinate the DATACROSS project. And so I think a good way to start is to just introduce a bit the project as well as some housekeeping notes for the meeting today. So first off, if you would like to ask a question, and we'd love to have your questions, please put them in the chat, and then we'll see them in the chat and we'll relay them to the presenters. So you might have to have a little bit of patience before your question gets addressed. But anyhow, in the chat, please, and we'll get to them sooner rather than later. In terms of the project of DataCross, I said effectively to set the context of where this project is. It's an internal security fund project, so it's funded by the European Commission, and it's meant to address today's organized crime. And what we mean by today's organized crime is the mafia movie figures of the 1990s. Today's organized crime is very agile. It's also very integrated into the legal economy. Whereas the past they were a little bit outside. Today we see that they very much want to be in the regular market economy and they want to commingle with the public sector quite a bit. On top of this, they're very much so capitalizing on the technologies available to them. We see deep fakes in different scams that are out today. And also we see the continual use of data even on their part to take advantage of public procurement, take advantage of public funding, and increase their profits. And so effectively, us, let's say the good guys of the world, the public authorities, law enforcement, and civil society, we need to take advantage of that technology as well. And what that looks like, at least in the vision of the DataCross project, is developing a wide intersexual use of data. So not only relying on single data providers, but bringing data together to get a complete image and also understand things from different perspectives. Introducing the use of advanced algorithms such as risk detection, indicators, things that can make assessments of risk easier, especially from the public sector perspective. Also, integrating AI. This doesn't mean replacing or automating, but seeing how AI can improve the tools already available to us, improve the practices we're already doing, and exchanging information and learning from each other. And hence the point of training sessions such as today, to get an idea of what's going on in other countries, what are other public authorities, law enforcement agencies doing, and how can we contribute to each other and make us all stronger in dealing with organized crime, infiltration, financial crime, and corruption. And this is effectively what the DataCross project is all about. It's in its third iteration. So effectively, it's been going since 2019, and now this is the DataCross 3, hence, the name has that third indication, where we keep advancing this progress, we keep moving forward, building on what the previous projects have done. In sense of who we are in this project, we're a wide-spanning consortium. We include law enforcement agencies, tech partners, civil society, research, and competition and corruption authorities to build a comprehensive idea of what is the need out there to dealing with organized crime, and then putting our resources together to solve that problem. Our mission is a little bit threefold, I would say. Firstly, we're conducting research. Groups such as React, who's co-hosting with us today, and Transcrime, we're research centers, and we work on pushing forward the state of the art in understanding risk and dealing with risk. And from that research, building a comprehensive platform, a tool, which you'll see later this afternoon, that can actually be put into use. So moving from just the abstract or the white papers into application. And then beyond that, putting both these factors, tools and research, this gained know-how and insights, into training sessions like today, so that it can actually go into practice, not just be something that stays at a European project level, that it enters the real world and is accessible to persons like yourselves. Today, we'll be focusing a lot on local public officials, local administrators, local contracting authorities, particularly in dealing with how to see what is a red flag for risk to kind of prevent, hence the name, prevent in the first place the risk of infiltration or misallocation of public funding, and learning best practices and sharing between each other what those best practices are. But nonetheless, I think the insights from today are wide ranging and will benefit all kinds of audience members. So if you're not a public authority, you don't need to drop off the call. I think you have a lot to learn anyhow. And it will not be our only training session. We'll be hosting another 3 training sessions. So I would suggest following us on LinkedIn, especially, or keeping up to date from our website so that you can always find out what the next session coming up. I think the next one indeed should be for AML obliged authorities, so such as banks and large corporations, to understand best practices in their industry. For our agenda, we have a morning session and afternoon session. In the morning, we'll be focusing more on, as the name suggests, prevention using things like risk analysis that our colleagues at React will be presenting next, open data, whistleblowing, public procurement. And we'll move then to an afternoon session that talks about, okay, in practice, what do these things look like? How to perform due diligence, tracking, organized crime infiltration, social reuse of confiscated goods, and also employing these state-of-the-art tools that we were discussing, including the DATACROS platform, in your day-to-day activities. If you have any questions or you want to learn more about the project, we're always available. I have my email here. You can also email Transcrime directly or through another partner organization that's working with us, such as React. Feel free to reach out. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to get you involved in the project. I think now I'll hand it over to our colleagues from React, Nicola, if he's ready to go. We'll move right into the presentations, talking about risk analysis.
Thank you, Michael. I show my slide. Okay. Do you see my slides?
Yes, all good.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Michael. Good morning, everybody. I'm Nicola Capello from React. React is a center of research in criminal issues. I'm very glad to join this panel of such important topics alongside other experts in the field. They have been asked to speak about risk analysis, and my goal today is to share insights from many projects that we are implementing. We have implemented with the public institution. Especially we support public institution in this area about risk analysis. So what I'm going to present today are the outcomes of our project. Our works that we do with many public institutions, our networks. Every year React assess the quality of prevention strategies of 400-500 public institutions in Italy and in the world. And over the last 5 years, we collected information, data, feedbacks from around 20,000 public employees through specific surveys. We work with the Council of Europe, the national anti-corruption authorities. We support many public institutions with workshops about risk analysis, and we lead a forum on risk management, especially in the healthcare sector. And we join many networks. Here in the slide, I show you the OGP and the EU network anti-corruption. So now I try to explain something about risk analysis using the results of all these activities that we implement. So the starting point of my presentation is what is risk analysis. And the risk analysis is the cornerstone of any prevention strategies. Whatever you choose, an organization, institution, an enterprise, an association want to address, want to prevent, for example, corruption, fraud, money laundering, cyber attacks, privacy breaches, workplace accidents as well. You need to review the probable vulnerabilities. And in Italy, when we speak about risk analysis, in this public sector, our mind, the first things that comes to mind is the anti-corruption. Since 2012, legislation has required public authorities to carry out a specific analysis about corruption. And while public entities are also expected to prevent other crimes, for example, fraud and money laundering, corruption have received many attention a particular attention over the last years. Right now in Italy, we are facing two main challenges about the risk analysis. One is conceptual and one is methodological. The first one, the conceptual one, is based on a recent reform of the public institution that placed the concept of public value in the center of any kind of strategies introduced, implemented by the public institutions. For example, if we speak about performance, digitalization, prevention of crimes, gender balance, all the strategies are aimed to generate public values. So the question that we are going to answer right now is how the risk analysis could support a public institution to generate the risk analysis. And maybe the answer is that the risk analysis is not in Italy, is not just a legal requirement, but is the tool to protect the entity, to protect the capacity of the institution to generate public value. So it's an asset, the integrity. We don't speak about anti-corruption, but we prefer to speak about integrity, because the integrity is an asset to generate public value. So the risk analysis is a tool to generate public values. The methodological challenge related to the organization of the risk analysis, because the risk analysis is a process. It's a very complicated process that needs people, roles, training, methodologies, knowledge, tools, expertise, networking with other entities, for example. And the institution, the organization, needed to be sure that everything works correctly, because it is a very complicated process. So many things must run together to reach the result that we want to have. When we speak about risk analysis, we speak about people. The people are the core of the risk analysis, because the risk is done by the people, and the prevention is done by the people. The risk is not created by a process, a procedures, or a software, or a tool. The risk is created by the people that manage that procedures, that process, that use that tool. And so when we speak about risk analysis, if we can suggest the starting point of the risk analysis is the engagement of the people that lead the entity, the enterprise, and the company, and the institution. So at first, the risk analysis needs the commitment of the top management. Top management, the leaders of an organization, must support the risk analysis and set the tone, the footprint, the line, the mission to the whole entity about the risk analysis. Furthermore, the risk analysis must involve as many employees as possible, because the employees are the real expert of the organization. They know the process, the dynamics, the people, the space for the crimes, the space of the risks. So a risk analysis without the involvement, the engagement of the employee is is not so strong. And finally, we suggest the organization to appoint a risk manager that lead this very complicated process. According to the results of our research, we have seen that 70% of the Italian public employees are not available to be involved in the risk analysis. And this is the problem. This is a very huge problem, because if they are not available, we have a very huge gap to bridge. More than the majority of them, of the public employees, doesn't know the name, the face of the risk manager. And this is another problem, because if you don't know who lead the risk analysis, this is an indicator of the lack of involvement of the public employees in this process. And almost 80% of the risk managers, they express the feeling of loneliness about their role. They say, we don't feel the support by the top management. We don't have the collaboration of the employees, so we are alone. And this is another huge problem for the risk analysis. In order to carry out a proper risk analysis, we suggest to follow 4 main steps. The first step is to define the phenomenon, the object that we want to prevent. The second step is the process mapping. So in order to identify correctly the risk description, and the risk assessment. So let's start from the first step of this process. The definition of the object. When we want to prevent a crime, prevent a phenomenon, we must know what the crime is and what crime is not. This is essential. For example, in Italy, when we spoke about corruption and fraud, they are 2 different crimes according to the legislation, but the institution think that they are the same things. They are very similar, but this is wrong. They are 2 different crimes with different dynamics, so the risk analysis must be different. So it's crucial in this step to design, to be clear about the characteristics, features of the object of what we want to prevent. Without this step, if this step is skipped, the risk analysis will have a very huge conceptual gap. According to the results of the surveys that we spread among more than 20,000 public employees in Italy over the last years, we have seen that there is a big confusion about the concept of corruption, for example. Many of the public employees involved in these projects think corruption has breaking a rule to obtain an illicit gain with the complicity of another person. So for them, corruption is a deal of two people for an illicit and mutual gain. For another part of the public employees, the corruption is breaking a rule to obtain an illicit gain by a single public employee. So for instance, an employee that steals money and public resources. Another group considers the corruption as forcing a rule or guideline, or have an advantage for the lack of the rule or guideline and obtain an illicit gain. So this is not a violation of the rule, but it is an interpretation of the rule in order to have an illicit gain. And finally, a small part of the public employees think that corruption is breaking a rule or a guideline wrongly and obtaining an illicit gain. So the corruption is a mistake, is an error. So this is not correct, because corruption, fraud, all the crimes need the willingness of the perpetrator. It's not just a mistake. So when we work with the entity, we must dedicate time to explain exactly what is the object of the risk analysis. As I said, we assess the quality of the anti-corruption plans of many public institutions, and we tried to discover how the entities included the definition of corruption in the plans aimed to prevent corruption. And we have seen that 70% of them doesn't include the definition of corruption in the plan. So the majority of the entities the majorities of the plans adopted to prevent the corruption doesn't include the definition of corruption. 20% of the entities has a general definition of corruption. Just 8% include a specific definition of corruption that support the employee to identify it, to analyze it, to find the space in their process where it could occur. So another suggestion that we want to give you today is to design strategies, prevention strategies, with definition of the object. This is a simple step, but is essential. The second step is the risk identification. So we must discover where the risk could occur. And in order to do it, we suggest to the public institution to map the processes. So to create a mapping of the entity. Mapping the process means describe the input of the process, so the beginning of the process, why the process starts. For example, a request from citizens, an order by management or a duty by a top management, and the output, so the end of the process. So what the process provides, and a document, a service, an authorization, anything, whatever. Everything is between the input and the output. This is the process. This is the context where is the space where the risk could occur. We suggest to describe every single activity, every single step between the input and the output. This is a demanding job, but it benefits all the organization, not just the risk analysis, because the process mapping often improves the organization, because if you take a picture about how the processes are, all the steps, all the activities, you have a description of the state of the art of your entity. And so you could discover eventual gaps, duplications, glitches. Now, related to some very big project funded by Next Generation EU and related to the Winter Olympic Games, REACT is a testing and integrated mapping approach in which the same process is analyzed from multiple perspectives: corruption, anti-corruption, anti-fraud, money laundering, conflict of interest, do not significant harms. And but we want to extend the integration of the map with privacy, cybersecurity, and other phenomena, other issues. And it works. It works because the institutions that are testing with us this kind of integrated map are collecting many benefits by it, because they are discover many things that doesn't work in the process, that is not related to corruption, but for example is a maladministration, and is very useful, for example, for the performance of the process. The third step of the risk analysis is the risk description. In this step, in this phase, the involvement, the engagement of the public employees is the key for this phase, because the employees are the real expert of the process, and so they can identify exactly the crime that could occur. In this phase, we suggest to look at three main elements of the risk. First of all, the event, the abuse, the crime that we want to prevent. The facilitating factors, internal and external. So what facilitate the criminal conduct? inside and outside of the entity. Here I'm not speaking about behaviors. I'm speaking about conditions, situations, for example, organizational weaknesses, complex regulations, lack of resources, staff shortages, criminal culture, the presence of organized crime in the territory. So everything could facilitate, increase the risk of the event. And the practical modalities used to commit the crime. So how the crime is done, how the crime is perpetrated, and this is the behavior. For example, adding specific requirement in the tender, giving a specific score to a candidate, meeting a specific provider before a tender, and the identification of these 3-4 elements is essential to analyze correctly the risk. I give you just a very simple example. We came across a case where an employee, a public employee, wanted to favor a friend in a recruitment process. This person, this employee, was responsible for collecting all the application. He had to organize all the documents attached to the application in a specific folder in the desktop, in the computer. And he had to prepare the document and files for the selection committee. So in order to help his friend, this employee decided to open all the applications and read all the content and delete those applications that he considered stronger than the application of his friend. So this is very simple case, but it's very clear because there is everything. We have the event, corruption, the abuse of entrusted power for an illicit gain. We have the factor that increase the risk, so the conflict of interest, and we have the modalities, that is the manipulation of the mails and deleting the applications. From a study we conducted 2 years ago on risk analysis implemented by the public institution belonging to the healthcare sector on the public procurement, we discover 36 different enabling factors of corruption in this sector, in this process, and more than 80 different modalities, practical modalities, that the entities described to conduct the crime in the public procurement. The last step is the risk assessment. In the recent years, we have seen many valid methodologies adopted by the public institution to assess the risk. And in this phase, according to our research, 2 points stand out according to us. The first concern the wide range of methodologies available to the entities to assess the risk. We collected 35 different methodologies in around 250 institutions of the healthcare system. This is not wrong because every institution is free to adopt the methodology that prefers, but this diversity doesn't allow to compare the exposure corruption of the same process in similar entities belonging to the same sector. The second point concerns the purpose of the risk assessment. Often we speak with public institutions that are very focused on the selection, on the choice of the methodology to implement, then on understanding the purpose of the goal of the risk assessment. The design of a risk assessment should give a priority at the risk treatment. So prevention strategies need to know where to work on first. And the risk assessment is the tool for it. So in conclusion of my speech, we suggest the institution, the organization, to organize the risk analysis and mind the people to engage. Top management as many employees as possible. Mind the organization of a demanding job, because the risk analysis process is a very complicated process. Mind the mapping of the processes, has the space, the context where the risk could occur. Mind find an adequate and implement an adequate description of the risk, and use the risk assessment to give a priority to the strategies. Thank you for your attention. If there is some question or...
Yes, Nicola, thank you very much. There are two questions in the chat from Enrique Visser and another question coming. So basically, the first question is, should corruption definitions follow the legal definition of the jurisdiction? Legal definitions of corruption differ significantly. So what does this mean for plans aimed at tackling cross-border corruption? And I just report also the second question because it's easier probably to answer. And if there is a link to the study you just presented.
Okay, thank you for your input. Usually we start from the definition, the national definition of corruption. So at first we try to see the legislation, what is corruption according to the national legislation. Differently, if we need to implement a study, for example, a European study or something about different countries. So we tried to see which is the document, the international document. For example, there is a very recent document from by ECORIS that tried to describe the difference between corruption, fraud, conflict of interest, money laundering, and in the end, ECORIS adopted a definition, general definition of corruption that include all this kind of other crimes. So the abuse of entrusted power for illicit gain. So if you have to implement a risk analysis in a specific country, maybe we suggest to follow the national definition. And for the other studies across different countries, there are many documents that could suggest definitions that are general and can cover different definition provided by different countries. And the second question is, sorry, Davide, I lost.
The second question is about the study. If there is a link to the study you presented with the 36 enabling factors and the 80 modalities. And we have another question too.
Maybe in the end of this event, we share all the links of our studies or in the chat. Maybe in the afternoon, I can copy the link of our document if you want.
Perfect. So I invite also the other speakers if they want to answer the question, because we are a little ahead of the program, so we have some time to be used. For the definition, I also add, Nicola, that the participants can, for cross-border initiative, can also refer to the definition from the UN Anti-Corruption Convention, from the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention, and to the definition of global movements, as for example, Transparency International. that are more generic definitions and can be used also for cross-border purposes. Then we have also another question from Fatima Fernandez. She is asking, could we assess methodology, documentation, and training for law enforcement agencies?
Could we assess methodology, document, and training for this? So the methodology, assess methodologies is quite complicated because there are many indicators and there are many valid indicators. We suggest the entity to speak with the organization to design the more adequate methodology. For example, we have seen very complicated methodology, for example, connected to the concept of impact and probability to assess the risk. It's very complicated. There are many numbers, there are many colors, but in the end, the entity is provided with a very huge structure pattern of the analysis that describe which are the processes more exposed and which are less exposed. But in the end, the entity implement a risk treatment that doesn't follow the risk assessment. So some processes are red, some processes are yellow, some processes are green. But the risk treatment is how can I say, interview with measures on all the processes. This is not so efficient. If you have a process red, maybe you must work on this process first. And the next years, you should work on the yellow processes. And for example, in the entity, we tried this methodology, very simple, but was very efficient. We asked to all the employees, we provide them with a list of criminal event. And we said, for you, which should be the priority for the prevention strategy of your entity? Which is the event that you have to prevent first to protect your institution? And every employee with their perception, experience, knowledge, background, they design a list, a classification of the crimes, and in the end we analyze all together all this database, and we provide the entities with a list of events with a priority, with a suggestion that the other end, the crime that are not so that was not in the high, that has no high position in this list classification, they had to be managed maybe in another moment, but in these years or the next years, you have a very clear priority. You need to work on it. This is the purpose of the assessment, not just provide a document with many numbers and many colors. This is useful, but the step further is, okay, now I know where to work on first. Not just I needed to know how is the exposure of the process. This is interesting, but not useless. The point is where I have to work on first.
Thank you very much.
During other speech, I try to some document to share.
Perfect. Thank you. Also because Fatima just asked in the chat if you can share also the methodology. So we are a bit ahead of schedule. Very good. It's always a good thing. So I would say that if Bruno is already here, and he should be, I see him in the list of participant speakers. If you agree, Bruno, you can start now your lesson, and you have also 10 minutes more than expected.
So first of all, thank you very much to the organizers of this webinar, and especially to you, Davide, and to Lorenzo Segato for the invitation. It's for me a pleasure and an honor to be here to share with all of you a few ideas, key elements of our data-driven intelligence strategy of the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia. It's a little pompous name, but it's the official name. I used to call it the data project of our office. Let me move. Yes. With this additional 10 minutes, it will be far easier for me not to exceed the allotted time. So I will start by introducing the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia and some elements of context to understand the limitation and the configuration of our office, which are needed to properly understand also the why and how our data project is also configured, and what we could do and we cannot do, and why we have mainly bet on open data for these data projects. Then I will highlight the main elements of this data project. I will spend about 10-15 minutes on the first outcome of our project, which is a report issued in the 2021-22 on automated warning systems on public procurement, in short, red flags in public procurement. I think many of the elements of this report, which is available in our website in Catalan, obviously, but also in Spanish, could be of interest for many of the participants in this webinar. From this point, which is let's say the theory, I'm going to jump on the practice in our office, what we did, which red flags we have been developing since the beginning of the strategy in 2021 until now, and we are still working on based on which data. And I will finish by pointing out the challenge we are facing now and the ideas we have for future evolutions of our strategy. So first of all, about the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia, to properly understand how the office works and how it is legally configured, it's important to have in mind that Spain, without lying, could be considered as a quasi-federal state with 17 autonomous, 17 regions, autonomous communities. It's the technical word in our constitution, each one with its own legislative and executive power. And in our constitution, the system, the competence distribution system is based on a double list, exclusive. Well, in fact, it's a double list to articles of our constitution, but there are a triple list: exclusive competencies of the state authorities and powers, exclusive competencies of the autonomous communities, and shared competencies. And what is important for the purpose of my speech is that the competencies on criminal legislation and criminal investigation, procedural legislation, are exclusive competencies of the state. This is why when the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia was created in 2008 as a Catalan institution with the Catalan Act 14/2008 of November 5 on the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia. It was created as a public law entity with legal personality, accountable before the Catalan Parliament through a specific commission, the Institutional Affairs Commission, and the usual way of being accountable and communication with the Parliament is the annual report, which is presented by our director to the Parliament. The director is nominated for a pretty long period. Initially, it was a 9 years period. Then, in few years ago, the law was modified, and now it's a 6 years period. The idea at the beginning and still now was to disconnect the appointment of the director by the parliament from the political mandates of 4 years to ensure the independence and the autonomy of the office. Another element to ensure this independency is that our office enjoy budgetary autonomy, which is quite important. And since the law was of, even though the law was of 2008, it was not until the end of 2010 that the office became operational. And the mission of the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia, this is a personal expression. It's not in any legal document, but I used to say that our mission is to prevent and to investigate non-criminal corruption. That could sound a little weird, that could sound contradictory, and require an explanation. To well understand this idea, we have to start jumping on what one of the questions of the previous panelist on a definition, a broad definition of what is corruption. This is the definition from the European Anti-Corruption Report, which is coincident with many other standard definitions. Corruption understood as any use or abuse of a public power, of a public position for the obtention of a private benefit. And using this corruption, this very broad, this definition, with this very broad definition, we could to represent it, draw a very broad gray zone that could cover facts, actions, situations that fits with this definition without any interpretative effort. And within this broad gray zone, we could draw dark spots to represent the corruption-related crimes, bribe payment, embezzlement, trade of influence, etc., etc., etc. So now this idea of non-criminal corruption appears more clearly. The Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia deals with what happened in the gray zone, not in the dark spots. We cannot investigate crimes. Why? Because I have already told you, criminal law, criminal investigation, judicial criminal investigation are an exclusive competence of the state authorities, of the judiciary. So a Catalan institution, a regional institution, cannot invade these competencies. What is there in this gray zone? Paradigm probably is the situations of conflict of interest, incompatibilities, or situations that are in the boundaries of the legal definition in our criminal code of the corruption-related crimes. When things are not clear, as you probably all know, criminal definitions should be interpreted in the most restrictive way. This is the general principle of the criminal law. So if there is not enough elements to start a criminal investigation, to prosecute before a criminal court, then the case could be handled by our office to ensure that in any case, gray situations, gray zones couldn't become in a no man's land and allow people who have made something irregular, who have made wrongdoings, to be quite sure, because they won't be criminally prosecuted. Our scope of activity from the subjective point of view is all the public sector of Catalonia. That includes the Catalan administration, including the public bodies and the public-owned companies, and also the local entities in Catalonia and the public universities. And from the functional or objective point of view, our law have a couple of specific provisions. One, avoiding any collision with functions of other external control bodies or administrations, for example, the Catalan Court of Auditors, and also, as I've already said, excluding any invasion of the area of competence of the judicial authorities, of the Public Prosecutor's Office, and of the judicial police. In any case, we detect that some facts that are the subject matter of a complaint filed before our office could be considered as crimes, on when we are aware that there is an investigation of judicial police or the public prosecutor or judicial investigation about the same facts we are investigating, then we have to stop our activity to transfer any available information to the public prosecutor's office or to the judge and offer our collaboration for any purpose that could be of interest. This is about the Anti-Fraud Office of Catalonia. And about our data project, a couple of ideas again of context. What are we talking about when we talk about this idea of data-driven approach, data approach? I used to use a very fantastic example to illustrate this way of thinking, which is very transversal and systemic. This is a real case. Some guys geolocated, write it down in a map of the United States, two kinds, the data of two kinds. First of all, data about meteorological data about the strength of the winds in the areas affected by the Katrina hurricane many years ago. And in the same map, they drawn economical data, the amounts paid by insurance companies in the same areas to people and entities suffer damage for the Katrina hurricanes. And by crossing these two data sets, by merging this kind of data of two very different areas, they reach conclusions in a third area, conclusions about the standards of construction in these areas, where the wind have blown very strongly, but the insurance company didn't pay the huge amounts of money. That implies that there was good construction standards. The infrastructures, the buildings could resist a hurricane, and at the opposite, where the winds blown not really strong, but insurance paid a huge amount of money, there was an issue with the construction standards. This is, I think, a very interesting illustration of this way of thinking on data. And this is possible because since 2010-15, there has been a phenomenon, a sociological phenomenon, which is called datafication. The guys who invented this neologism, Kukier and Mayen-Schoenberg, in a paper of 2014, defined datification as the process of taking all aspects of life and turning them into data. And the datification some years later, but reach also the public sector. In the area of procurement, it's quite clear since the directive of 2004 in public procurement, there has been a strong support to the e-procurement, but in general, in all the public sector, there has been these last years very strong development of digitalization of proceedings, and obviously from the technological point of view, there has been an exponentially increasing of the capacity of store and exploit the data. Datification originally was a key element, or was focused on the decision making at operational and strategic level. But today it's a phenomenon that have many uses, and it also serves to integrity, to the control, to the compliance. And regarding this idea, there's a very interesting document, which is a study of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners of 2016, where this association have analyzed about 18 anti-fraud possible controls, including codes of conduct, whistleblower protection, reward, surprise audits, external audits, fraud training, hotlines, etc., etc. And they reached the conclusion that the proactive data monitoring, the data analysis techniques were of these 18 possible anti-fraud mechanisms, the one which offers the most the greater reduction of fraud losses of all these possible means of prevent and control and detect corruption. So clearly, to bet on the data approach is a winning bet. It's a very interesting strategy. And this is why in November 2020, our office, our director, have approved the data-driven intelligence strategy. I prepared the memorandum establishing the main strategic lines of the strategy, and one of the instruction I received when doing so, that to focus on specific and concrete items, not generic things. We are going to explore possibilities, because the deputy director, who was the one who fostered this initiative, wanted something tangible, at least in the first 3 years of the strategy. To implement the strategy, a dedicated team was created, the data analysis team, with myself leading the team. My background is a specialist in public procurement. I've been secretary in some local administrations in some municipalities for many years, and I previously worked in a law firm focusing on public law. So I am the one who provide the substantive knowledge, the one who have the knowledge about what are we looking for through the data. And my colleagues in the team are a mathematician, which has a master in data science, and a computer engineer, who is also data scientist. And with this idea of concrete and specific outcomes, the idea was to have 3 projects for the initial 3 years. The first project for 2021 was this report on automated warning system on public procurement. I'm going to speak about more in detail now. The second project was to create a data warehouse with gathering all the available public sector data that could be of interest for the functions and the purposes of our office. And the first project, we put it in time about 2022-2023, was to do what we initially called targeted data analysis in risk areas, but at the end of the day, we realized that we were talking of developing red flags or red flag systems using the data we had in our data warehouse. This is then the first outcome of our strategy, this report. It's available in our website, as I've said, and these are the main parts of the report. First of all, in this report, we made a diagnosis of the situation, focusing both at the legal framework and at the operational level, we made a little survey among the different local administrations, trying to establish at what extent the municipalities, which is the level of digitalization, specifically in public procurement of the different municipalities. The conclusion was that even though the regional administrations, the Generalitat, have a very good level of digitalization public procurement. We were pioneers in this sense since 2004. At the local level, things are not that good. Then in the report, we analyze some reference, the Arachne tool, which is the data mining tool offered by the European Commission to anyone who is managing and handling European funds to detect and prevent and to also assess the good use of these funds. The SALER system, which is a red flag system developed by the administration of Valencia to detect irregularities and wrongdoing. What is more interesting of this system is the legal framework they create. They passed through the Valencian Parliament, which was a really pioneer and visionary in 2018. They were already taking into consideration data protection issues and elements of interest. And finally, the document Red Flags of Integrity of Open Contracting and Partnership, which is a fantastic guide to implement actual red flags based on the OCDS standard. It's a standardization worldwide perfectly known of public procurement data. And then the report focus on what I'm going to comment briefly now, some key elements and ideas, especially the methodology. So key ideas of our report. First idea, prevention versus contingency. Prevention is to avoid that what shouldn't happen happens. Contingency is when, unfortunately, what shouldn't happen have happened. Adopt whatever it takes, the measures to stop it or to avoid future reproduction of this risk, or if possible, to reverse wrongdoings, irregularities. What is interesting when we are speaking of data driving red flags is that as far as these red flags operate in real time based on data, on a feed of data in real time, there is a kind of convergence between prevention and contingency. If we are able to detect in real time that a contract could be part of a scheme of procurement splitting to avoid the contracting public procurement legal framework, then we can stop it before it happens. And obviously, it's far more interesting than to detect ex post that well, we have a big contract splitting scheme in this administration, whatever it is, because once everything happens, it's very difficult to reverse this. The second idea was to point out on the superiority of internal red flag systems than the external systems. The target of our document, of our study, were mainly the internal control bodies of the public sector of Catalonia. The message we wanted to transmit were, in short, long story short, data are there. We have available data about public procurement. It's a good idea. It's a very good strategy to exploit this data to implement real-time detection systems of potential irregularities. And obviously, this is easier done and more efficiently done by the people who is controlling within an organization than, for example, by us, that we have possibilities of control, but from the outside of the organization. And the third key ideas was the methodology to implement these red flag systems. I'm going to detail it a little more. Step 1, identification of the red flag. We have to decide where we are going to put the focus. And obviously, the red flags that should be implemented in a very little municipality or in a big public-owned company that handles hundreds of millions of euros in building infrastructures have nothing to see. So first idea, context is everything. The context, there is not a standard solution, standard set of red flags that is useful for any kind of organization. Second idea, connecting with this idea of the targets of this report, the internal control bodies of any organization are the ones who are in better situation to know the context and then to identify the most significant and critical risk, and therefore the most interesting and efficient red flags. And there, from the methodological point of view, to create a system of red flags entails, first of all, an assessment and the creation of a risk map. And this risk map will give us the prioritization of the red flags. Step 2, to define the red flags, and this is done through a dialogue between the internal control bodies, the people who have the substantive knowledge, and the techs. And here we have 3 elements. The data, which data do we need to detect something? The functioning, how do we process, which is the algorithm we have to apply to this data, and which could be the values of the red flag. Some red flags could give us a value in a binary value, yes, no. Is there a contract splitting? Yes, no. But other red flags only give us a hint or a percentage, for example, that don't give us a conclusive element, but just a hint that something wrong could happen. And then we have to handle this kind of red flags in a different way than in the binary ones. And another idea was to difference between 3 typology of red flags. The red flags based only on the specific procedure, looking only to the file, to the contract and procurement file, for example, which can detect some things but not others. For example, if we only look at one procurement file, it's impossible to detect contract splitting. So we have to move to the second level, red flags based not only on the data of the procedure, but also on the organization internal databases, accounting, procurement, etc. And these kind of red flags allow us to detect irregularities beyond the specific procedure. And the third level, which we can see in Salar or in Arachne, is to enrich all the data with external database, for example, information about companies, etc., etc. The third step is defining how we handle the red flags. What are we going to do when the red light appears in the screen? So from the operational point of view, there are very different possibilities, and there is not a good one and a bad one. For example, when we detect potential contract splitting, we can establish through a reglement or legally that it's not possible to award the contract, stop it, but we can also decide that the managing body or responsible have to justify the awarding of the contract. And perhaps there are some situations where a contract that apparently is part of procurement splitting is perfectly justified. And obviously, the decisions taken in this step are clearly determined by the availability of the resources. And finally, it's important to cover the entire cycle of public procurement. It's quite usual, at least in Spain, to focus on the awarding phase of the procurement, mainly because it's lawyers who deal with public procurement, and we lawyers, once the contract is awarded, forget the contract. But it's important to be aware that in the implementation phase, many things could happen, many wrong things could happen, and this phase should be also covered. This was the theory, and we started to put it in practice. And this is what we did. We created within our office a data platform that you can see here. On the left side, there is the part of the external data. The idea, as I've already said, was to gather all the available data from open data, from public registers, from websites, from official journals, and after storing them in the data lake in a raw form and process them to structure in the proper way to use it to this part warning system is our system of red flags who exploit this data to detect interesting things. And on the right side, there is the part of the internal data, which is more, in short, the case management system of our analysis and investigation department. Our idea on the long run is to make these two parts more and more interoperable, and to allow to the investigators to jump from the data of a specific and a given complaint and a file to all the to the available data about, for example, the entity which is the subject of the complaint, the procurement, the public servants, etc., etc., etc. And now focusing on the red flag systems. I'm going to stand. These are the red flag systems we have developed until now. My presentation is at your disposal. I'm going to just comment some of them, because otherwise I will exceed the time, including these 10 additional minutes. The first and probably the most interesting one, the detection of potential conflict of interest in public procurement. This red flag is based on, or it works by trying to match names in the two sides of a public procurement process. In the private side, we exploit information from the company register to detect the names of the managers representative of a company awarded with a contract. And in the public side, we exploit names obtained through the organigrams of the public entities, the Generalitat, the Catalan administration, and the municipality, the city councils. And when we detect there is a match of the names, there could be a potential conflict of interest. Obviously, this red flag generates a lot of false positive, because, for example, in the case of public-owned companies, companies owned by a municipality, when a contract is awarded to the company by the city council, for example, there is not a conflict of interest. It's a natural situation. Even though in these cases, for example, the red flag could be used to detect if the legal and jurisprudential requirements for in-house providing are respected or not. Another interesting red flag, the second one, abuse of non-competitive public procurement proceedings. In this case, what we do is to compare for a given sector. When I say a given sector is a CPV number, the amount of contracts awarded through non-competitive procedures, direct award or restricted procedures, and we compare the percentage of these contracts for a given entity to the percentage for the whole public procurement in Catalonia. And when we detect, for example, for contracts of work contracts for the building of schools, that a municipality is awarding these contracts at the 90% through non-competitive proceedings, but in general, in all the procurement in this sector in Catalonia, the non-competitive procurement represent only the 20%, this means that something is happening. Is there corruption in this case? Not necessarily. It could be a problem of administrative capability, but there is something. Another classical red flag, the single bidder proceedings. We detect when there is a single bidder. Another classical in the literature, Bernford's law, we detect when for a given procurement authority, when the amounts of the contracts are not Bernford's law compliant. Bernford's law is a law. I'm looking at a question from my side. Obviously, you could have the presentation. Bernford's law is a law that established that for a random set of numbers, the first digit of the sets, for example, the amounts of all the given contracts of Catalonia or of a given entity, the probability to have a 1 as a first digit is higher than a 2, than a 3, than a 4, etc., according to a mathematical statistical law. So when we have enough contracts awarded by a given entity, and the amounts of the different contracts doesn't respect Bernford's law, that is a hint that there has been a manipulation of the amounts. Again, this is not fluent. This manipulation could be a natural effect of the legal framework, but it could be also a hint that there is something irregular or wrong. Newborn companies, a contract is awarded to a company that was created a week before the awarding of the contract. This is strange. And we also developed recently a composite red flag. One of the simple red flags is the one based on the behavior of the companies. There we detected that there are usual losers. Companies have took part in hundreds of procurement processes, but never win, or at least never. And companies that always win when they took part in a procurement process. In both cases are strange. But we tried in this composite red flag to merge this red flag, this simple red flag, with another one, and we look for the concentration of usual losers in a given procedure. Why? Because we reached the conclusion that in this case, when a company who usually present their bids but always lose took part in a procedure, and there is not only one company but two or three that of these usual losers in a procedure, probably there has been a kind of collusion amongst the winner that bring the other offers to be sure that he control the procedure and he could win. And now we are developing, we are now working on other red flags. Well, I will, if there is any question about any other one of these red flags, it will be a pleasure to answer them. Coming back, which data do we use? The lucky thing, yes, 35 minutes, I'm finishing. We are lucky because we have a very, very good public data entourage in public procurement in Catalonia. We have two main data sources regarding public procurement. The public procurement platform of Catalonia, which allow us to obtain the real-time data, and which suffered a major improvement in 2023. All the data in the platform is now structured and is available and downloadable in JSON files. So this is the main sources of real-time data. And in addition, through an agreement with the economy department of the Catalan administration, the Generalitat, we have access to the public contract register, who give us the historical data of all the contracts awarded since 2004 or something like this. We exploit also data from the company register in a little strange way. We are making a scrapping from the company's register official journal, because there is not a public database. Well, the database exists, but obviously it's payment and we don't have a direct access. But since the official journal contains all the available data about companies, we are just extracting this information from the official journal. And we also have, with some limitation, access through public and open data to the data about grants in Catalonia, with a little problem that we have. Finally, and to finish, without abusing of the time, next challenges. We have a relative issue with data protection regulation. We are trying to establish the fully and to ensure the full compliance of our red flags with the data protection regulation. We are going to ask for consultation to the Data Protection Agency of Catalonia to be sure that we are what we have developed could be operational and could be operationally used without generating any breach in data protection. We are still working on including new data sets and developing new red flags in our platform. The platform has been developed and used mainly for the analysis and investigation department, but we are, even so, we have developed some very specific little projects for the prevention department. We would like to make it more useful for the prevention department to provide them evidence-based approach, not only qualitative but also qualitative support to their recommendations, studies, etc. And obviously this year we start working with artificial intelligence and large language models with two main goals. The first one is an old idea from the very beginning. We had the idea to automatize through the artificial intelligence tools the extraction of data from the official journals and to generate databases from the information which is published in the official journals. And the second one, obviously, to provide tools that enhance the efficiency in analyzing very long complaints or very big sets of documents, summarizing these documents, and to generating in the more automated way first drafts of the reports of the documents generated in investigations. And this is it. Sorry for exceeding my time. And if there is time for the questions, it will be a pleasure to answer them.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Well, you have two questions, but I think you already answered during your presentation. By the way, the last one is from Angeliki Simitopoulos, I think, and is about the possibility to share your slide, especially the slides on public procurement contracts. I think here we can give an answer for all the speakers also that will come later, that all the materials will be shared and I suppose Michael uploaded on the website of the DATACROS project. So
yes, exactly. They'll be accessible on the website following the training. So
yeah, perfect. And Enrique Visser from Global Ground Media asked how is possible to prevent bias or assumption when drawing a conclusion from data. For example, the Hurricane Katrina studies conclusions about construction standards could in reality indicate poorer areas or older construction sites. How do you correctly inform data-driven conclusion on fraud?
Okay, so it's a very interesting question. Obviously, and it's about, in fact, the differences between simple and binary indicators and red flags and more complex indicators. Speaking about, with an example, for example, the contract splitting red flag works as following. When a new contract, this is the theory, the implementation is a little different, but the global idea is correct. When a contract is going to be awarded to a given company, the idea is to automatically look if other contracts with the same subject matter, the same object, has been previously awarded to the company, and the amount of the new contract plus the amounts of the previous contracts exceed the threshold of direct award, putting it short, then there is a problem. Obviously, if we detect it in real time, we have the opportunity to ask to the manager of this contract, you are exceeding the thresholds of direct award. And there could be a reasonable and fully legal reason to do this. But we have something that is quite clear. Other red flags give us indications that something apparently weird is happening, but we couldn't base a conclusion on these red flags. For example, we detect that a company usually took part in procurement process, but usually always lose. And that in a given, with this composite indicator, that in a given procedure, there are 3 of these usual losers company who are presenting bids and a winner who have won the contract. okay, does that means that there has been collusion? We have strong indicia, but obviously we cannot make obviously a conviction on this. In this case, what is to do is to start an investigation, to ask for the procurement files, to analyze other elements, and eventually, after an investigation, to transfer the case to the public prosecutor or to make a recommendation, whatever should be done. So the idea is that, yes, when red flags, when indicators are not binary and are not conclusive, the best strategy obviously is first step to accumulate different indicators, because by confirming that not only one, but 2, 3, 4, 5 red flags are in red in a given case, we could have a reasonable certainty that there is an irregularity. But even then, step 2 is to do an investigation in the old way. So conclusion, red flags, data projects are not the solution to any of the problems, but are a very interesting complement to standard and usual investigations. And what is interesting is that data-based approach provides us a broader vision. If we implement a red flag system, we can exploit all the available data on public procurement, and with care and prudence, but we can have the big picture of what's going on in public procurement and where are the dark spots or the red lights in the whole. And then we are able to better prioritize the investment of resources. In fact, one of the main reasons, obviously, I was interested from the very beginning when I was at the office on developing a database project, and one of the idea I've repeatedly explaining to the director and to the managing board of our office was we have to emancipate the office from the complaints, because complaints are random. We receive complaints from many people, but anyone who feel a complaint before the office could have his or her own agenda, interest. It could be a retired person who have nothing better to see than to send complaints against my political adversaries, whatever. So we cannot control what the complaints are about. But if we have, through a data-based project, the big picture, we are in better position to say, okay, we have detected through data that probably, not sure, but probably there is an issue with procurement splitting in municipalities of less than 2,000 inhabitants. Then let's start investigating this area, or let's start making a specific prevention project in this area. We are in better position to target our main goals and objectives. I hope I've answered the question.
Thank you very much, Bruno. And you are perfectly in time because it's 12. So incredible. Thank you very much. Yes, I think that.
Well, thank you to the previous panelists for the extra time he given me, because usually I exceed the time. So thank you very much.
Okay. Now I think you answered the questions, and of course, if there are any other questions, wrote them down in the chat. So we're moving to the end of the morning session. We have the last panelist speaker, Ben Stott from Government Transparency Institute, who will speak about public procurement. Big issue, I would say. Ben, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Hello, I think you can hear me, and
We can hear you. We can see your presentation, but you have to perfect. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. So I'm Ben Sitot. I'm a research director at the Government Transparency Institute, which is a small research institute focusing mainly on collecting contract level public procurement data and analyzing it from the perspective of all sorts of anti-competitive practices. So my mandate for the next kind of 20-something minutes is to talk about that. So the presentation will have 3 sections. First, just very quickly, I'll discuss what I talk about when I talk about public procurement data exactly. Then second, I will show you a couple of examples of the indicators that we work with to measure the risk of anti-competitive practices or corruption risks specifically in this presentation. And last but not least, I will quickly show you opentender.eu, which is a website that we maintain where you can interact with public procurement data. Our thinking is that in an ideal scenario, what we should know from publicly available information on public tenders is who gets what from whom and how. And if you think about a public procurement cycle, so what happens on the ground, it's quite a lengthy process, starting with planning and the advertisement of the call. Then various bidders are submitting bids. Then it's again the buyer's task to evaluate those bids and award a specific supplier. And then comes contract management with all sorts of contract renegotiations and contract modifications and what have you. And so the way the public is informed about these steps is that by law, public buyers need to publish so-called public procurement notices. So first of all, they need to publish a call for tender notice that provides us a snapshot of information at the time of advertising a call that says what they want to buy for how much money, under what conditions, what are the awarding criteria, etc. And then second, we see a contract award notice that tells us who got the contract at what price, under what competitive circumstances, and the like. So most countries actually just publish call for tender and contract award notices. Some also publish information on contract implementation that would tell us what were the actual payments made, whether there were any cost overruns or delays during the tender implementation. And of course, contracting is a complicated process with all sorts of unforeseen circumstances that require public buyers to constantly modify, sometimes cancel their tenders and amend contracts and the like. So basically, in a very simple public contract case, the kind of publicly available information we can analyze is only a single call for tender and a contract award notice, but actually very often one tender is described by dozens of publications that we need to collect data from and standardize to make sense of it and understand what really happened. And so just to have a glimpse of it, I mean, probably most of you are familiar with these kind of public procurement notices. So what we do, and this is at least half of our, or more than half of our efforts, actually, that we start from this kind of information. So this is a standard notice, a snippet of a random public procurement notice where we can see what is which company was chosen, how much money they were awarded, when was the award decision made, how many other bids were received. And so this is the kind of information that we want to translate into gigantic Excel sheet, if you like. Of course, we can store it in a database version, but what you can imagine is that this is a gigantic Excel sheet with each column describing a certain aspect of the tender, such as the tender title, the buyer, the procedure type, the bidding deadlines, and the like. And so essentially, what we do is that we maintain by far more than 50 countries. I mean, a database on more than 50 countries, covering more than 130 million public contracts, which corresponds to like having information about 6 million suppliers and more than 1 million public buyers globally. And so this is kind of the data set that we analyze. Okay, so this is kind of very similar data that Bruno Gonzalez was talking about, like two presentations before. And so what we try to do with this data is to measure the risk of all sorts of anti-competitive practices. As a starter, I just want to kind of conceptually distinguish between the two main anti-competitive practice types, if you like, corruption and collusion. So corruption is, of course, when an informal deal is made between a public buyer and the company so that they can cancel competition for a given tender, and they can inflate the price of the tender or lower the quality of it. And so coordination happens between a buyer and the company, whereas collusion or cartels are formed between companies, and the buyer is not included in coordinating their bidding behavior. Both of these anti-competitive practices are about to cancel effective competition. So here they want to avoid the buyer and the company C, in this case, want to avoid company B or A being able to win a given contract. And here company ABC pre-decide before the tender would take place who will win the given contract from the buyer. And so basically what we try to do after collecting tons of data into kind of this format is to define indicators that try to capture this behavior at the contract level by using similar risk indicators that actually Bruno Gonzalez was talking about. So in the next couple of slides, I will show a couple of examples of how we do that. So in the next slides, I will just focus on corruption to be mindful of time. So essentially, our working definition of corruption in public contracting is that its aim is to steer a contract to a favored bidder without detection, which can be done either by avoiding competition entirely, so directly awarding a company, or favoring a certain bidder by tailoring the specifications to them. So in the second case, an open or semi-open tendering process can take place, but in a way that only a specific company can eventually win that contract. And so this is the behavior. So this is the definition around which we try to build indicators that capture this behavior, let's say. So the next slide, I will just show a couple of examples of this. So this very first one shows you the share of single bidding contracts across Europe. So this is based on high value contracts that are advertised on Tenders Electronic Daily throughout this 6-year long period. So these are high value contracts, once again, so 5 million plus value for construction contracts and more than 130,000 euro worth service and supply contracts. And immediately you can see that For example, in Poland, almost every single region awards at least 40% of their contracts without competition, right? Whereas in Sweden or most German regions or most regions in England, the single bidding rate is below 10%. Again, we cannot think that all of these non-competitive outcomes are due to corruption risks. Of course, probably there are some other fundamental market problems going on. Not enough companies are available to bid, or maybe public buyers cannot organize their tendering processes efficiently or open enough. So even without any explicit wrongdoing, but this is already kind of a telling picture to begin with. So what we can do as a next step is that we cross-check whether simply the share of single bidding at a country level correlates to other measures or indicators of corruption. So what we do here is just very simply on the horizontal axis, we show the World Bank's control of corruption indicator. So the higher the value, the less corrupt the country is perceived. And on the vertical axis, we show single bidding. So for example, Poland, Croatia, and Italy have more than 45% single bidding on average. Again, the single bidding measure is based on the same set of contracts. So these high value type contracts depicted here. And we can see that they are below the average control of corruption measure, whereas Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland have high control of corruption and very low single bidding share, below 10% on average. Another step or other check that we can do is to understand that, okay, so if the number of bids, so the lower number of bids or single bidding specifically is also a sign of corruption, then, or at least in some cases, then it should really be closely related to prices as well. So what we show here is the relationship between the number of bids received at a tender and the average price saving. The price saving is defined as the final awarded bid price and the initial estimate that the buyers put out. This figure is again based on high value tenders across EU 27 countries. So essentially more or less the same database that I showed here before. And so what it shows you is that if there were no competition at all, so a single bid was submitted, who became eventually the supplier, on average, the final price was 10% lower than the original estimate. If we had 2 bids, then the discount became 16%. 3, 4, 5, 7 bids go together with around 20% discount. So it again suggests that, of course, partly this is just the effect of competition. So the question is whether single bidding can be due to some sort of tendering practice that we can measure that restricts competition. And an example, and I'm showing an example of this on this slide. So buyers can have some discretion over how long they want to advertise their tenders, as well as what kind of procedures they use, or how detailed the eligibility criteria that companies need to satisfy. So I'm just picking one random example, which is the length of the advertisement period length. This figure is based on Latvian contracts between 2012 and 17. And what you see here is that if the advertisement period is between 6 days and 23 days, let's say, then the predicted likelihood of single bidding, so the likelihood of a non-competitive tender outcome, is between 15 to 20 something %, which translates to every fifth contract with such a short advertisement period awarded without competition. Whereas if the advertisement period is long enough, about 32 days, then the likelihood of single bidding is below 5%. So there is like a 4 times-ish difference depending on how buyers decide to organize their tenders. And without going into any or showing you any more concrete examples of these, here I just show a couple of examples of similar risk indicators that we can look at. So like we can look at the association between different procedure types and single bidding. Advertisement period length is the one I showed you. We can check whether call for tender publication actually is related to single bidding or not. We can check whether the eligibility criteria length is related to single bidding. What is the relative price of the tender documentation? We can look at the decision period length, etc. Benford's law was even mentioned by Bruno Gonzalez in the previous presentation. So essentially, we don't think that any single measure in itself is a good indicator, but what we think is that if a contract, and for every single tender, we can calculate, or we can know what was the procedure type, we can calculate how long was the advertisement period, we can know whether it was a single bidder contract or not, etc. So if we can calculate like 5, 6, 7, 8 aspects or risk indicators per tender, and every single one of them are flagging some sort of risks, then we can be way more certain that something is going off. And so on this next slide, this is kind of an updated version of this previous one. So the horizontal axis is the same, but instead of looking at single bidding, what we do here is we look at, I think in this case, like 6 indicators per country, again, based on high value contracts. And we take the average of these 6 indicators. So for example, Romania shows that it's somewhere around 37%, which means that 37% of all risk indicators are present on the average Romanian contract awarded, right? Here on the Swedish contracts, for example, only 10% of all the possible red flags are present on the average Swedish contract. And we can see that the correlation between this composite score and the perceived corruption index is even stronger. It's like 55% correlation. Okay, and so if we believe that, okay, these indicators indeed capture some sort of wrongdoing, then we can aggregate these to whatever level of analysis we are interested in. And I will just show you quickly one example here. So what you see here is distribution of Italian public buyers according to their average risk score. So the CRI stands for Corruption Risk Index, and it contains 6, 7 risk indicators depending on the contract. And this is again also based on tenders electronic daily, so large value contract. So what you can see here is actually most of the buyers, right? Like, so these are like hundreds of buyers here, have less than 0.5 CRI scores. So which kind of translates to like 20-25% of all the possible risk indicators are present on their contract. So the average contract has some risk, but not kind of a systematic risk is present for these buyers. However, you can see that there are 20-something buyers, if I'm eyeing it right, who awarded every single contract of theirs with every single red flag present. So this is kind of tells you that these buyers might be doing something very dodgy. And of course, like there are hundreds of buyers altogether, with more than half of the red flags that we could define in Italy are being present. Okay, so I will skip this slide because I think I'm very short on time. And instead, I will just show you openteller.eu. So this is a website where you can interact with public procurement data from across Europe. It has a nice market analysis dashboard that allows you to understand descriptive statistics about the tenders in the given country. In this screenshot, I am looking at Italy, and I filtered for year 2020, okay? And basically it shows that in 2020, considering every single Italian public contracts, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, and personal care products accounted for 6.4 billion euro of total spending. Health and social work services accounted for 1.9 billion. I'm looking at these two because this is like the early COVID year. And if we look at 2021, so the only thing I changed here is I'm looking at 2021, you can see that the spending in these sectors doubled or almost doubled, right? From 6.4 to 11, from 1.9 to 3. So you can see way more descriptive statistics and filter the underlying data according to your needs in more detail. And the last thing I wanted to show is that you also have you also can look at individual buyers' contracts and the evaluation of integrity scores of individual buyers. So we are looking at a public health buyer here, and for example, here we can see the average integrity indicator score of this buyer based on this 8 indicator that we could define. So note that we switched from corruption risks to integrity indicator. So higher values are good practice, lower values mean bad practice. So for example, if we look at the bidder number, it shows that around 2/3 of the contracts were awarded competitively, not the other ones. If you look at advertisement period, it shows that actually a very small percentage of all the contracts that they awarded had a sufficiently long advertisement period length, right? That's what it shows. And if we go further, then you can see the average spending of this buyer. So in most years, it's below 10 million. 2020 is an outlier with 70 million contract value being awarded. You can see who are the main suppliers of this buyer, where those suppliers are based. You can see all over Italy, but also they also have some foreign suppliers. And last but not least, you also have a benchmark figure. And what you see here is that this given public health buyer is depicted with blue. So the blue columns are based on all the contracts that this buyer was awarded in the given year. And the green column is based on all the contracts that similar buyers, so similar healthcare buyers, were awarded in the given year. And so what the column means is that this is the average of all integrity indicators in the given year. So we're considering bidder number, risk, call for tender publication, the risky procedure types, short advertisement period, or length of the decision period, whether the supplier is based in a tax haven country, etc. We take simply the average of these and we can compare, and we can see immediately that every single year, the integrity score of this given buyer is below, significantly below the comparison group. And we can also click on individual indicators. So here we can see that the most contracts are awarded without any competition. Most contracts are awarded with a procedure, well, not most contracts, but significantly less contracts are awarded using a non-open procedure compared to the benchmark group, right? So almost all benchmark contracts are picking competitive procedures or open procedures, whereas only 80% or 70-80% of the procedures are open for this given buyer. And last but not least, if we look at advertisement, again, what we see is that only a fraction of the contracts seem to have a sufficiently long advertisement period that is not associated with restricting competition. So feel free to go on opentender.eu and play around with this data. Hopefully it's clear enough what means what, or at least it becomes clearer if you try it out. And I think this is all that I wanted to show you this time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Benz. Yes, the lunch break is very close, so be patient just for another couple of minutes, because we have a question for you, Benz. Enrique asked, well, first of all, she says great presentation, so congratulations. And then she asked, what about bids from companies that are linked to foreign political exposed persons and or high risk jurisdiction for corruption? Are there or should there be exclusion criteria or enhanced due diligence in the procurement process for these cases?
Well, so what we do, for example, on Open Tender, you can see that we define a tax haven supplier. So supplier registered in a tax haven country, which we simply use the financial secrecy score from the tax justice networks financial secrecy score. It's an organization that reviews how financially secretive individual countries are. So I don't know, Cyprus would score higher than other countries. But of course, what we're asking is often very hard to trace down from, especially from publicly available data. So what we see is the immediate supplier who won the contract, but throughout the ownership chain, there might be foreign companies, politically exposed persons in the company's ownership structure, which is quite hard to trace down. So I think in most countries, there is no system set up yet that would allow you to flexibly do that. But yes, likely if you see politically exposed persons in the ownership chain, that should be at least a red flag that worth considering.
Yeah, Benz, I think we will talk a lot about political exposed person in the afternoon, in the practical session, with also the Italian financial police, and the due diligence exercise by React and all the other speakers of the afternoon. There is the last comment for you, and then we can go all to lunch. Thank you for the interesting presentation. I would like to specify whether you plan to update the data description in the CSV and JSON formats on the Open Tender portal in the near future. For example, the data description in a CSV format was last updated in 2018.
Well, it was so well written that we didn't have to touch it, apparently. I think in the near future we will have a data update, and then we can revisit those data dictionaries as well. But feel free to reach out to me if there is anything unclear about the data descriptions. But yeah. So I don't have a clear update date in my head at the moment.
Okay, it was a question in the chat, of course. So I will say we can go to lunch. We have an hour break. I invite all of you to come back at 2 or 5, 10 minutes after 2, because the afternoon session will be also very interesting. So I'm waiting. We are waiting for you. So here we are. 5 minutes past 2 o'clock. I will say that we can start our afternoon sessions. Hope all of you could enjoy the lunch and the coffee. So we will start with Lorenzo Segato, Scientific Director of React, who will talk about due diligence. Lorenzo, you can start.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see my screen. I have shared the presentation. And it's a pleasure being here, and thank you for all of you that are still connected. This afternoon session is more dedicated to the practice, so to see experiences in the field. And I will show one of a case study that we have conducted not long ago, with the hope that this can raise some ideas, some questions, and even some suggestions for the DATACROS project. So you might already know who we are. Among the many things that we do, the DATACROS project is stands in the field test and research project activity. Oh, here we go. Okay, excellent. And what we're trying to do is to put into practice the experience and the tools that are made available with these projects, and to learn from the use of these tools, bringing back something that might be relevant for researchers, but also for developers. Among the many activities that we do, that we introduced when we were in the kickoff meeting, again, this project is relevant for two of our main activities. One is the support to identify or to confirm what we have identified as risk factors. In some cases, we have red flags. In some cases, we identify risk factors, and we use them for due diligence activities. So this project is really relevant for us for these two different elements. And to go straight to the case study, I'm not very confident with this tool, so I hope that will work properly. I want to guide you through a path of an analysis that we've been requested to perform by an Italian donor on a potential beneficiary. So this potential beneficiary is a charity, is a non-profit organization, We call it XX Foundation, which is not the real name, of course. And so we decided to perform an assessment, first level assessment. We call it basic assessment. So basically, it's a first check and quite fast to be performed using existing tools. So it's a kind of first step of an assessment. It was the first check of this organization, and the donor didn't ask us to make a continuous monitoring of this organization. So the situation was that this charity had applied for a grant, and they wanted to check if they were a suitable entity, organization to fund. And another characteristic of this organization is that it is not in the European Union. So we had to think and to identify exactly how to conduct this assessment. So the first step, we checked for red flags using the existing very common sources. So we used Orbis database, and the search did not provide any significant element of attention. So we had no alert, there were no adverse media on the organization, no sanctions, no politically exposed person. The country of registration was not a tax haven or things like that. There were no other elements that might, the structure of the organization was not that critical. It had been founded in 2014, so already 10 years of activity. And it was active. So basically, this first level did not provide any element. We check also the entity's mission. So we went into the statute to see what was the mission of this charity, and that was coherent with the grant they had requested. Of course, we didn't find any ownership structure because that is not a company. So this is a first key element that we have found. Most of these data sets are business oriented or business built on. So when you enter in the world of non-profit organization, entities with uncertain or less stable structure, you start having a lot of empty fields or empty answers. And going a bit more into detail of the activity of this entity, we found that the countries of operation of the entity, the type of activity, they were, one of their activities were to provide micro grants for small entrepreneurship. So basically this charity provided kickstart resources for people who wanted, for individuals who wanted to start organization. And also we made a quick check about the official address register into the registers, and this also brought us kind of not a red flag, but something that was worth an attention. The other element is that only some of information was available from these main databases. So we decided to proceed manually with other sources of information. So we checked the entity's website, we extract all the possible information, and we detected as a positive point that the entity has adopted procedures and strategies that for risk mitigation. So they had the anti-corruption policy, they had the gender equality policy, anti-discrimination policy, any kind of general risk management strategy that you can find in a stable, suitable organization. But we found also some opacity. For instance, they publish regularly their beneficiaries, and some years this information was missing. So again, I wouldn't call them red flags, but something that made us thinking if that was enough. So we searched other databases, and we looked at the financial situation of this charity. And again, there was something which raised our attention. The entity's income have actually significant fluctuations year by year. And in particular, in 1 year, they reported to have no funding, no incomes. But on the other side, the expenditures were almost regular. So in some years, the balance of this entity was negative. So we made another step and we checked information from national countries registers. As I said, this is not a non-EU country, but around the world, you have to know where these registries are, if they are accessible, how they are accessible, what type of information you can get from this. But we went through this this country's register, and we found that this foundation had no employees and only trustees. So there was a board of trustees, which is in line. It can be reasonable for a foundation. But these trustees also could perform also executive functions. And the board of trustees is made of 4 people. You see the 4 of them there, and 3 of them had personal ties. And again, this can be, you can find a foundation in which a family is behind. So again, this was not enough to highlight this as red flag or risk indicator. But then the relation between 2 of them, indeed men 1 and men 3, which are not part of the same family, raised our attention because we checked these 2 persons, and these 2 persons had multiple collections. So they had a connection in the XX Foundation, but they also had a connection in another non-profit organization. In this case, it's a hybrid company. So it has a company structure, but a non-profit nature with a very similar name. So that was an element of attention because this might be confusing. You make some fundraising, and then you have a foundation with a name, and then a company, even if it's a non-profit company with the very similar name. So that was something that we checked. We wanted to check. But these 2 persons had also many connections in profit companies. You see Men 1, this is the network of Men 1, so the connection with the other persons, with the XX Foundation, and with a number of entities, business entities. Some of them, again, with a confusing name. So, and the other man had even more connections with entities. Some of them were active, some of them were no more active no more. But in this organization, in many of them, we found that these 2 persons had in the time key roles. They had been a long time a president of one, then director, then they were shareholders, then they sold the shares to another person, but they became consultants. So as you can see, the scheme is getting more and more complex. So we decided, well, we thought that this situation might be worth for a deeper analysis. So we spoke with the donor and we said, this is what we found. We think that this is worth a deeper analysis. And they said yes. So we proceeded. And we identified that the foundation was connected with a company. Actually, it was a kind of charitable arm of this company. And this company was a kind of holder of other companies. So there was a network of companies, all of them connected, founded by or directed for certain periods by the 2 members of the entity trustees, Men 1 and Men 3, as I said. This is the graphic, the visual design of these 2 connections. But the foundation still was, under scrutiny, and apparently there were no straight connection of the person of Men 1 in the holding company. But we found a little more. We found that the holding company had two bodies. One was the ethics board and the other one was the advisory board. And Men 1 was sitting in the ethics board of this company. So it was not directly involved in the consulting company, this one, but it was a member of the ethics board of this, in which also Men 3 was sitting. So Men 3 had a role in the consulting and also a role in the ethics board where Men 1 was sitting. Another point that emerged is that Men 3 address is the same of the address of some of the companies. And that was a house address. So we use Google Street Map, and we identify the place, and we identify that it was a house in the very beautiful house indeed. And many of these addresses were connected to this building, which was sold a couple of years ago for around €1 million to a company. So the house now is owned by a company, which is called SP Limited in our study. Of course, all the names has been changed. And this company, the SP Limited, has two shareholders. And surprise, one of the holders of this company, and actually the director of this or the president of this company, is an entrepreneur, and it is also a politically exposed person. The other person is probably his wife. So we identify going through like magazines, social platforms, whatever. We found the pictures of their wedding. So we might imagine and assume that this company is managed by the couple. And one of them is, as I said, politically exposed person. And so this politically exposed person, through a company, which is the SP Limited, is managing a house where either the some companies and the Men number 3 have their place of living and of activity. And so this is the picture. So Men number 3 is living and working in a house which is connected to a member of a parliament. So this is what came out from the analysis. But still, there is something more. You know, the politically exposed person are subject to greater transparency than others. So we went to search information about this politically exposed person, and we discovered that this person is sitting in the advisory board of the company, the holding company. Here we are. So the politically exposed person has an unpaid role in one of the boards of the consulting, which is controlled, this consulting, by Men number 3, and has an ethics board in which Men number 1 is sitting. So putting all of this information together, we identified a connection between a politically exposed person and two persons in particular, Men 1 and Men 3, which through a network of organizations and entities were able to manage funding, to ask for funding for a non-profit organization, the charity, but also to funnel through this charity donations from the holding and the other companies. So those companies were making donations to the charity, which was managed by the same persons. And of course, the charity is managing its own resources in a more flexible and discreet way. So from this small foundation, we found this big picture. The last point that we found in our due diligence is this. The members of the advisory board of the consulting company, by statute and internal rules, are allowed to offer professional services to the company and its client. Indeed, it means that the politically exposed person, which is an entrepreneur, is allowed to make business with the client of the consulting company. And in the interest declaration that the politically exposed person, we could find information about the company which is owning the house, because he's like a shareholder and director of this company. But we found no information about this consulting Ltd, because the role officially is a non-remunerated role. He's only member of the advisory. Actually, he's chair of the advisory board. He's not remunerated, so he doesn't have to declare his role in this company as a remunerated activity. But through this consulting company, he's allowed to make provide professional services to the clients. We believe that this situation was complex enough. Okay. What are the findings of this due diligence that we performed? Of course, that the basic due diligence did not provide any significant elements. So if we stop at the like standard products that you can buy in the market, this might not provide you reliable information. In this case, at the first step, the red flags that we have identified is that the elements that pushed us to proceed in the analysis were kind of opacity in the website. We didn't find all the information. Well, the first one, of course, was that we had partial information from these the commercial services that we normally use for the due diligence. So we had only partial information. And then looking for more information, we encountered some opacity. So there was something gray, not very clear. We used then OSINT sources for the search, which means that we didn't have to like pay to get access to this information. And further elements of attention came out. So there were issues related to transparency, financial information on the company, the countries of operation, which are countries in which like rules and the rule of law maybe is less stringent than the others. And then the nature of activity. As I said, they provide money to entrepreneurs. So if you connect all the dots, you understand that this entrepreneur, which is a member of the parliament, which is a member of the consulting, which is in a way controlling the charity, is connected to new entrepreneurs that want to start an activity. The charity can provide grants, but one of the companies which is in the network is a venture capital company. So you might think that this is a way to get in touch with like new initiatives, new projects, and in a way help them with a charitable operation, and in the other way to get new business opportunities. And of course, the management of the foundation, the XX Foundation, was a red flag because of the family ties and because man number 1 and man number 3 had so many connections. So that is the point that we decided to advance, so to make the advanced diligence. And then new alerts came out: the absence of employees, the trustees with also executive functions, the overlap between controller and controlling functions in the foundation, the connection with the companies. We already spoke about that. And then in particular, these two persons, man 1 and man 3, which a long time had different positions, always key positions in the organizations, changing roles very quickly. So a kind of instability in the organization. The possibility for the foundation to act in a very discretionary way, the fact that they had losses in the past, and the partial overlapping between the charity mission, as I said, providing money to new entrepreneurs, and the holding company's interest, business interest. And also the connection with the politically exposed person, which is sitting in the holding company without reporting it anywhere, because it's a free position, but having contact with all of these opportunities. I don't know what you think about it, but we found that that was something significant. And then, of course, the house. So the fact that man number 3 is living in a house which was sold a couple of years ago to the company of the political exposed person is another red flag. And a double check of this is that we couldn't find any other headquarter operational office of this charity which could justify the fact that maybe the legal address of the foundation was in the house of one of the founder, but the operational offices were elsewhere. No, there were no other offices. So we raised the risk assessment from low, which was the very big initial one, to medium high. So what are the key takeaways? And I'm going to the end of my presentation. What do we learn? What are our thought that might be relevant for the DATACROSS project? First of all, these comparable data resources and services that you can buy are very helpful, very quick, very easy to use, but reveal several limits. The problem is in having standardized and updated information. Sometimes you might find that the information provided are not very accurate. They are not very, how do you say, recent. They're not complete. There is an issue, of course, of the cost of these services. And in a cross-border analysis, which is one of the topics of the DATACROSS project, this might be a point which might limit these standard services. So good that we have the DATACROSS project trying to developing something better. The open source information provide a lot of information, but of course they are time consuming. We have identified that sometimes information do not reflect the reality per se, but you also need to check, sometimes double check some information to be sure that what you understand from the information is exactly what is the reality. This is because sometimes we have the risk on rely only on indicators, only on graphs and tables, but sometimes the reality behind is much more complex, because you might also have information which are not real, so fake information. We, of course, we all are looking at the main drivers in our life, so the digitalization, the AI, the capacity to scraping from information available on the web. This might help in processing large amount of information. I'm a bit skeptical because we are testing them, that there is a real capacity to understand exactly the dynamics. It might be helpful to identify like anomalies and then optimize the substantial controls. This is something we are also doing in the Next Generation EU project. We are monitoring this project for some public administrations in Italy, and because they are obliged by the EU regulation to make substantial controls, and they don't know how to do it. So the experience that we have found with this marveling technologies still are not completely satisfactory to us. Of course, there is a trade-off in the technologies. Some are free, some you have to pay for that. There is an environmental impact of these technologies, so we might be aware of that. We might find a fraud scheme, but we might destroy the Amazon forest for it, so what is worth. We find that some of the technologies work pretty much inside an organization. I'm thinking about Bruno's experience, but also some of the large public administrations we are working with in Italy. like 7,000 employees, billions of annual budget, thousands and thousands of financial operations and contracts. They have full sets of information. Sometimes within an organization, the data sets are not connected. Well, this is very often, but there are tools that connect databases. So sometimes these technologies are really effective inside an organization, especially for the real-time monitoring, as Bruno was showing. And I think their experience, which dates back from a long time, is a really interesting one. One caveat: we know public employees' efforts to make their daily job. We are very careful that providing these services to the public administration or to the organizations in general, and we reported here the contracting authorities, which might be one of the target, because this project talks to the law enforcement agencies, but also to the prevention authorities or agency, but also to contracting authorities might be. These tools, these services might not be very impactful, because you need to have people with the capacity to use these technologies. You need to have the procedures in place, because you need to know who is the owner of the process, who is responsible for making this control. Yesterday, we were in one of these organizations, and we were discussing about phishing schemes, and one of the responsible for the contracts of this organization said, well, yesterday I've just received a phishing email. No, not a phishing email. I've just received a request for changing a bank account of a contractor, which is one of the typical phishing schemes. And I just forwarded the email to the payment service. I didn't even think that that might be a scheme of fraud. So this is what she said yesterday. Tomorrow we'll be back in the office. I will reopen this email and I will think if there is a possible fraud behind. So be aware that you need the people to be conscious that someone has to handle this, and you need capacities and time. And this is the conclusion, the human factor is still fundamental. That's it, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo. You have been perfectly in time, half an hour. But we have a question from Enrique, and thank you, Enrique, for being so proactive during this workshop. I really appreciated. Enrique says, great research, Lorenzo. Should governments always conduct due diligence on companies submitting their bids? This week, I heard of a case where the government did not even do a Google research. There were ongoing corruption and money laundering investigations in other countries and links to foreign politically exposed persons, all publicly available online. Secondly, when the risk assessment is raised to medium-high, is that sufficient to decline a bid even if it scores the highest? A government official told me that they can't decline bids if there is not a criminal conviction.
Thank you very much for the questions. So the duty or the obligation to conduct due diligence. I wouldn't say yes in general. Of course, contracting authorities, they have to perform corruption risk assessment, so they should have mechanisms in place to try to mitigate those risks. And they should also have conflict of interest procedures, and they should also have anti-money laundering mechanisms. From our experience, this is a kind of flat application of rules. So there is not a mechanism in which like the responsible of the a contract make like a basic assessment, and then if something strange comes out, then it performs like a more accurate. This is something which is done manually. So the person responsible, if he is really careful of the procedure, usually make this kind of search, but this is not standardized and it is not proportional. So the idea is with the organization to design a crime prevention mechanism which is proportional to the risk of the procedure that I'm managing. So I might have a very small contract, but in a very innovative field, or in a very complex contract that might require more attention, or large contracts. So I am building a really huge infrastructure, which might be both. But I don't think the government should perform a due diligence per se, but they should apply like a proportional growing level of accuracy in the check. So basic checks, put your mind, think about it. If there's something strange, you make the next step. The problem, as I said, the two problems, time and capacity, I think the major ones. And about the second question, no, I don't think that a contracting authority is allowed to decline any bid because of the risk assessment. Of course, there is a general rule in which each contracting authority can suspend and stop the procedure for self-protection, and this is a general mechanism, but it is not connected to any risk assessment. What I would do in order not to stop, the activity ongoing, I would set up additional protection measures. So go ahead with the contract, but put some additional check or control measure to balance the importance of proceeding with the activity and protecting funds. One last point I have to say, I spoke about the Next Generation EU funding, because the regulation, the EU regulation, the 241, requires that any authority which is managing this fund needs to identify the risks related to corruption, fraud, conflict of interest, and should set up measures to prevent, identify, and correct these three phenomena. In general, no one is protected against fraud. So corruption, yeah, more or less, yes. Conflict of interest, more or less, we know what is it, and we might know how to try to detect it if it's a self-declaration. In general, very few organizations know how to perform substantial control of conflict of interest, which is required by law, and very few, very few have anti-fraud policy. So this is something that we learn. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I think we can go ahead with our seminar. Now we have another Italian Emanuele after the representative of ANAC, but this time is Emanuele Cardia from the Guardia di Finanza, the financial police in Italy, who will explain some best practice on tracking organized crime infiltration in Italy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, yes, perfectly.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Major Emanuele Cardia. I'm of the Central Investigation Service of Guardia di Finanza. Just 1 minute to explain why we are this experience to look for the infiltration of organized crime inside the legal economy, because as many people know, we are economic and financial police, and we use our particular economic and financial skills to make the investigation concerning organized crime. Contrary to police, state carabinieri, we used to fight organized crime with the final purpose to catch the illegal gains and to avoid the infiltration inside the legal economy. In the infiltration in the legal economy, we have always links between several offenses recognized in many countries of the world. We have not only the offense typical to join a criminal association, but also tax offenses, corporate crimes as well, and corruption crimes. And I will show in my presentation how those conducts are linked, because the organized crime used to needs to increase their profits inside the legal economy, choosing real companies with the final purpose to launder the legal proceeds, but also to have a kind of approach with the public institutions. This is the reason, because we have always corruption and organized crime, and we have to be brave and professional to tackle the OC infiltration. So just a while to explain the context of offenses, as many people knows, in Italian national law, especially in detail in the Italian Criminal Code, we have two kinds of offenses concerning organized crime, concerning the conduct to join a criminal association. We have the normal association, so the association not as mafia type, normal association composed at least by 3 people, and this association don't need to make a physical offense. A physical conduct is considered offense, but it's just enough that they have an idea to commit several crimes. On the other hand, we have the article 416 bis of the Italian Criminal Code, who recognize another kind of association, the association as mafia type. This I want to explain this, because when we Italian we say organized crime, we consider criminal association as mafia type, because they are different from the other criminal association. They are composed, at least for our law, 3 persons, of course, from a stable association to commit crimes. But the difference is the exercising control over economic activities, obtaining illicit profits as well, the normal criminal association, but the use of the intimidating power of their association and the resulting condition of subjugation and silence is the real difference among the criminal association as mafia type and the criminal association not as mafia type, so the normal. And just to specify, all the crimes related to OC are always under the competence of the specific public prosecutor office. In Italy is called the counter-terrorism anti-mafia district directorate. We have these district directorates in 26 cities, where we have the location of Apple Court. In the same 26 cities, we have a specialized group as Guardia di Finanza, issue to fight the organized crime with specific investigation. Contrary to the offenses of organized crime, we have the offenses concerning the corruption. And it's worth noting that this kind of offenses are not under the authority of the Counter-Terrorism Anti-Mafia District Directorate, DDAA. So just it let you think some problem regarding when you discover an investigation, a link between an offense related to organized crime and the offense related to corruption, because we have two different competencies concerning the public prosecutor offices, and sometimes it could be a problem for the investigators and the public prosecutors. So coming back to the law, we have the bunch of offenses committed by public officials, that is at the chapter 1. The bunch of offenses at chapter 2 committed by private citizens. And those are part of all offenses against the public administration. The first bunch of crimes is related to the typical conduct of corruption or burglary or other kind of corruption offenses. And the other group are related to the typical conduct of the entrepreneurs, for example, to join unlawfully in a public tenders. And you know, there is always a link between corruption and to join a public tender, winning in a lawful method, with a lawful method. In this slide, I'd like to show you how the organized crime needs to commit several conducts concerning economic and financial crime and corruption crimes. The typical offenses of organized crime are drug trafficking, weapon trafficking, we have the enslavement or the smuggling of tobacco, oil, several crimes who usually means that they have several always in cash, because those are typical crimes that allow the organized crime, the criminal association as mafia type. When I say organized crime, I want to say criminal association as mafia type. And they have always processing cash, so they need to increase, not only to launder this kind of profits. And to do this, they need the economy. They need shell companies, of course, with the frontmans up every company, but they need also real companies. For this reason, they nowadays they have found a group of people who are able to help the organized crime to find real and strong companies. We are used to call them the white collars. They are accountants, lawyers, entrepreneurs, or sometimes politicians, public officers. They are people of white, clean people. They are people who stay in the legal economy and the legal institutions. And organized crime use them to approach several who are the owners of strong companies to use this kind of companies. So in the South Italy, we have sometimes the phenomenon of the extortion. So the intimidating power of the association try to steal with the violence or with the history of violence, because it's not necessary to show violence. People knows how could be violent organized crime, so it's just enough to remember the history of violence of this association. And in South Italy, we have this kind of phenomenon, but in since 20 years, maybe more, we have another kind of approach. We have entrepreneurs who want a partnership with organized crime. Is when the organized crime have found a real company with a real owner, found by the actions, the intermediate action of the white collar, they start to use this company to launder money. In the laundering of money, we have several tax offenses usually by this company. This is very important because it's the first alarm that we have to where we can find the infiltration of organized crime. Of course, the company infected by the organized crime, because it's like a virus, it needs to hide the relevant proceeds coming from proceeds in cash, coming from activities, organized crime, drug trafficking, people trafficking, etc. They need to hide it inside unlawful transactions or fake selling or buying of services and goods. It means that the owner will issue or will use fake invoices. In many countries, such as in Italy, the issue or using of fake invoices is an offense, is a penal offense. In detail, usually the real company, so not the shell company, will use the fake invoice, and the shell company usually issue the fake invoice. In this cycle, the company, the issuing company, and the company who use the invoice have own proceeds, because the company who will will use the fake invoice will have a decrease into the balance, a decrease of concerning the taxes that the company has to pay, because the using of fake invoice is a cost. On the other hand, the company who the fake invoice will hold up a percentual for the service. So both have unlawful proceeds. And you can understand that these unlawful proceeds is going to mix with the proceeds of coming from the typical activities of organized crime. When the company is not more useful for the organized crime because they had laundered all the money, they used to put the money out from the company, and will have several corporate offenses such as fraudulent bankruptcy, because they won't pay the creditors. And this is another alarm: rapid growth, fraudulent bankruptcy, money laundering in this cycle. At the same time, they need to choose companies able to offer services capable to join in public tenders. So they used to choose companies, use it to build a flat or to set up a public construction, etc. Because they need to have the possibility, the organized crime want the possibility to have a partnership with the public institution, and through or the same entrepreneur who has been infected by organized crime, they will approach the public officials, such as, for example, a mayor of a town, or the public officials competent to issue the public tenders and to decide who will win the public tender. Of course, they will win the public tender with corruption conducts, and the organized crime will use the coming from the typical activities of the organized crime to pay the public officials, and we will have always corruption. So at the end, we can discover in the final phase, when we didn't have the possibility to stop in the first time this cycle, we'll find companies who had rapid growth, who had committed a lot of tax offenses, corporate offenses, and we had joined winning a lot of public tenders with the owner responsible to have corrupted several public officers. But we have to find we have to find a way to stop this cycle in the first time, not at the end, because at the end is very hard. It could be very hard. This is a typical case. It's a case, an investigation that I have made in the Economic and Financial Police Unit of Guardia di Finanza of Naples when I was 1 year ago. And it was a typical investigation where we have links between corporate crime, tax offenses, and corruption and organized crime. The investigation have started by several conducts of fraudulent bankrupt committed by different entrepreneurs. So we had a panoramical conducts of fraudulent bankrupt. In the first time of investigation that we have made with the typical investigation tools that used to use in the investigation as Guardia di Finanza, as a judicial police. I'm talking about the wiretapping and mental interceptions, in telematical interception as the infecting device with the Trojan virus, etc. But we have used also our professional skills, so our typical assessment investigation to find the unlawful proceeds hidden by the responsible. The responsible was a family, because behind behind the companies who fall always in a fraudulent bankrupt, there were always a single accountant, very professional in his work, his unlawful work, and it was very good to find companies, to choose companies to let the organized crime infect them and launder all the funds and to put it out everything at the end. And behind this accountant there was a family, a great family, who had received an anti-mafia interdiction for one company, a consortium that they had, and the consortium only formally entrusted the execution of the works to some consortium companies without paying the other current accounts held in the name of frontmen, where they concealed the funds. So all the funds coming from the public tenders, where the consortium have found the possibility to win, to join, bring a lot of proceeds to this family, and those proceeds were conducted through several shell companies, several frontmen, to hide at the end in a big company located in another country. So in this case, we have found corruption cases after in a second time respect of the committed time. So we have found this the corruption cases because we have discovered that the companies have won unlawfully several public tenders, obtaining the possibility to set up construction, flats, builds, and all these works has never been handed by this family, because the only purpose family was to take the lawful revenues coming from the public body who have issued the public tender, and to transfer with the final purpose to transfer in other companies. So at the end, we have found a lot of tax offenses committed by this family and other owners of company who were complaining, were part of this criminal group. And we have checked more than 150 companies. We have checked. I mean that we have checked banking accounts, suspicious activity reports. It was a great work, big work, a relevant work. And it's a tedious job because it's not simple to compare all the outcomes in a banking account of a company with a real accountability to understand what is lawful and what is unlawful. So this case is typical to explain how the organized crime wants to launder all the money, and they try to do it through several investments in typical activities, even restaurants and other companies or companies set up to build flats. And nowadays the structures of criminal groups have deeply changed from a traditional form of crime to a business oriented one set up with an entrepreneurial mindset. So criminals do not only use their profits to finance illegal activities, but they also invest them in illegal economy, as I points out. That's the reason why our main investigative purpose is tracking criminal infiltration in the economy and find and seize the illicit asset. But since 20 years, it turned out that the phenomenon is changing. We have the entrepreneurs who try to look for a partnership. So we have registered a residual use of violence because it's the entrepreneur who look for the partnership. Why? Because they have a quick investment. They can have an unlawful competition among the other competitors in the same area of the company of the entrepreneur. And they have something strong behind, but they don't understand that after the first time they will become just a frontman for organized crime, because organized crime will take control of his company. So we have, for example, this is a typical case, the Castago Brianza, the famous crack of Perego company. It was happened many years ago, but it was the first case where the 'Ndrangheta, the most dangerous criminal organization, had infected the Perego company through a white collar. He was an outsider respect on the clan of 'Ndrangheta. His name was Pavone. Is everything on the media, on the web, so it's nothing secret. And the entrepreneur was convinced by the white collar to have an investment by a group. And the entrepreneur know that this group was linked with 'Ndrangheta, but he decided to say okay. And the first time, after the first time, he lost the control of his company, and the company was inflated to a lot of unlawful proceeds, and then the company fall in fraudulent bankrupt. So in this case, we had the entrepreneur was convicted on joining a criminal association as mafia type, and also for the other offenses, the other tax offenses and corporate crimes. So we have a residual use of violence, but we continue to have the intimidation, because in the South Italy we have registered ways entrepreneurs who have was extorted by the organized crime. And when the company is infected by organized crime, we have several effects. The first, most obvious, is unfair advantage of criminal companies at expenses of legal ones. This overpowering can manifest itself in two ways. Directly, if one considers the ability to impose their service or products on the market; indirectly, having regard to the ability to insert themselves at highly competitive prices that affect free competition. So the second effect is the lack of trust of foreign investors in the country, and therefore the ability to attract capital and create new jobs. But especially, we can register several in a company infected by the virus organized crime, the presence of de facto directors, and this is just for the companies where the real company who involved in the infection of organized crime. We can have the frontman for the shell companies. We can have a lot of anomalous transactions. So, of course, there will be a lot of suspicious reports coming from the financial intelligence unit to the competent authority. And for Italy, we as Guardia di Finanza, we receive all the suspicious activity reports, so we can check if there is something. We'll find the fake invoices, as I point out, a rapid growth of a company. So when the company is used also for the public tenders, we always will meet corruption cases, because it's very important for the organized crime to infiltrate in the local administration. To win a public tender for example, in a little village, in a little city, allow the organized crime to be responsible of the works given to the local people in this city. If organized crime won a public tenders, they may decide who can join his company as worker. So it's a great power. It means exercise control in economical activities. To do this, it's very important to have they have to be sure to win the public tenders, paying several public officials. And as I pointed out before, we register two times in the company infected by the organized crime. The inflating time, I used to make this kind of example, because it's like a ball who is inflated by unlawful proceeds. And in the inflating time, we'll have a lot of tax offenses, fake invoices, money laundering, etc. In the second time, the final phase, the second time, of course, the owner will lose the ownership of the company, because the organized crime will get the control. The decisions has been made only by the organized crime. And in the final phase, deflate or the explosion of our ball, the company, because all the funds will be out. This is another case, or the investigation that I made in Naples. I have to go very fast because I have finished time. Just few minutes. This investigation have started by a corrupt investigation, because in investigation carried out by another police force, it was found a list called gift, containing names classified by category: politicians, official, and link. This list was found in searches in inside the company of entrepreneur. This entrepreneur was linked to organized crime. Of course, we have discovered after in the middle of investigation. But at the start of the investigation, we have worked as Guardia di Finanza with the Polizia di Stato. We have discovered that this entrepreneur have received an anti-mafia interdiction. There is a part of a preventional system to avoid the infiltration of organized crime inside the legal economy. So it knew the danger that this entrepreneur was part of organized crime. But the investigation was focused on the action of this entrepreneur and his friend, a very famous politician, was part of was a national politician, very famous. And the rule of this politician was to find the right people in the right place. So to find the public officials to approach with a final purpose to win public tenders, to let the company of his entrepreneur friend to win the public tenders. Or the politician used to find, even though with difficulties, but you used to find also other politicians in several parts of Italy. So at the end, the company of the entrepreneur in 2 years have won lots of public tenders, always with corruption conducts. So paying the public officials found by the intermediate action of the politician. And they became a lot, because in this criminal cycle we have found the responsible of several people. We have used a lot of investigation tools, typical investigation tools like wiretapping, environmental, telematic interception, but we have also used our assessment investigation, because at the end this company was full, the principal company of this entrepreneur was falling fraudulent bankrupt, because it wasn't more useful for the organized crime. Fortunately, we have found the unlawful gains, and we have seized all the unlawful gains hidden inside another companies, and we have arrested a lot of public officials and politicians, 11 people. In our assessment investigation, we used to strengthen the investigation with our assessment investigation. Those are necessary to catch the illegal gains, especially when we have companies with lawful revenues and unlawful gains. It's very hard. It's a tedious job, as I point out. So we used to follow this kind of steps, the standard of living of our suspect and his family. So we need to check the using of the possession of ability of luxurious car, luxurious boats, valid indicator expression of well-being that suggests a consumption of income, such as, for example, also possession or availability in Italy, abroad, or luxurious homes, availability of land, hunting reserves, attendance of casino, etc. And we used to do it with our databases. We have a lot of databases, so we used to analyze all data come from our special databases that we have as economic and financial police. Then we have we used to check the final resources, so all the incomes produced and preserved. So it means that we are going to analyze all the banking accounts of the company, comparing with the official accountability of the companies that we are going to investigate. The assets, so we are going to evaluate all the immaterial and material assets. For example, the name of a company could be evaluated in a balance, and it's necessary for us to evaluate the eventually the disproportion between the official incomes and the real assessment possessed by other person respect to our suspects. And at the end, we are going to evaluate the economical activity, so all the income activities for the companies. So I hope that I was useful for you. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emanuele. Really interesting. We have a question for you too about the Matarizvan operation.
Yeah.
Enrique asked if the accountant was also arrested or fined, assuming he was central in setting up the complex corporate structure of 150 companies.
Of course, yeah, we did it. It was hard because in the first time the judge didn't recognize the responsibility of the accountant, but we have continued to fight investigation, finding other evidences. So at the end, our several investigation, additional investigations with the work of the public prosecutors, they of the operation, we have arrested the accountant, was recognized as the part of the criminal organization as mafia type, because he worked for the family, was part of a clan of Camorra.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we move on, and we have the last two panels before the closing by Lorenzo Segato. We are a bit late, 20 minutes late, but I think the contents were so interesting that it was to spend some more time on that. And now it's time for Elena Loredana Mitroi and Alice Scutarusandru to present best practice in social use of confiscated goods. I ask you to also present the organization you represent, because I don't want to butcher the names of your organization with my terrible pronunciation. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Mitroidena Loredana. I am an asset tracing and management inspector, and I coordinate asset recovery office within ANABI. Together with my colleague Alice, I will present the best practices on the social reuse of confiscated assets from Romania perspective. First of all, I'm very happy to be here, to be part of this project and to represent our agency. So let me begin with a brief overview of the National Agency of the Management of Seized Assets, ANABI. ANABI was established in 2015 under the Ministry of Justice with the purpose of strengthening Romania asset recovery system. The agency has dual mandate. It acts both as the National Asset Recovery Office, responsible for tracing and identifying criminal assets, and as the National Office for the Management of Seized Assets, responsible for their administration disposal. So these structures align Romania with the EU framework, and we are currently in the process of transferring the new directive on the asset recovery and confiscation, which will grant ROs additional powers, including freezing powers. Our mission is to ensure efficient recovery, transparent management, and equally important, the social reuse of criminal proceeds, so that assets once linked to crime can be transferred into benefit for community. As I mentioned, ANABI operates under a dual mandate, combining asset tracing and asset management. On one side, at the National Asset Recovery Office, we are responsible for tracing and identifying criminal assets and for exchanging information with national and international authorities. It is very important to involve the ARO early in criminal investigation to prevent alienation of assets. Since 2022, ANABI also can trace assets in post-conviction cases. This ensures assets can be allocated quickly, effectively, including in cross-border cases. On the other side, as the National Office for the Management of Seized Assets, we take custody of seized assets, including cryptocurrency, and manage them throughout criminal proceedings, carry out interlocutory sales when authorized by law. AMO Asset Management Office also facilitates the social reuse of confiscated real estate by transferring it to public institution or NGO. To support these functions, ANABI developed RARMIS, the Romanian Asset Recovery and Management Integrated, which centralizes all information on seizure and confiscation measures and connects institutions. The integrated registry enhances transparency, accountability, and provides invaluable access to detailed information on each asset. We also operate public functions and coordinate the national framework for social reuse and crime-preventing funding. So, the main function of the Romanian Asset Recovery Office is to trace and identify assets derived from criminal offenses that may be subject to confiscation. The ARO ensures cross-border cooperation with AROs in other EU member states, competent Romanian authorities, and countries in the CARIN network. As CARIN member, ANABI can send and receive requests to over 200 jurisdictions, including MENA-ARIN region, a new network including the UAE and 20 other jurisdictions. You also participate in a specialized crypto asset task force, tracing task force, reflecting the growing complexity of criminal proceeds. On the other side, the AMO, with AMO, we manage high-value movable assets over 15,000 euros each, and stock assets exceed 300,000 euros. These include luxury vehicles, watches, cash, and an increased volume of cryptocurrencies. Also, we take custody of assets and are authorized to carry out interlocutory sales during criminal proceedings. Also, we conduct online and physical auctions, ensuring transparency and value preservation. This work requires balancing legal, operational, and financial considerations. Moving on to RARMIS, our integrated national system for managing all seized assets and amount derived from crime. RARMIS connects courts, prosecutors, police, and other authorities, ensuring fast and secure information flow. It currently has around 70,000 euros, and we are implementing a new version of the tool. RARMIS is part of the Romanian commitment to open government partnership, supporting transparency and accountability. Beyond tracing and management, ANABI plays a strong role in social reuse. We manage confiscated real estates and support a national mechanism that finances crime prevention and victim support initiatives. 50% of confiscation revenues are allocated to key public institutions such as health, education, Ministry of Interior, prosecution service, judiciary, and also to ANABI. We also fund small grants for NGOs and provide voucher schemes, including emergency assistance for victims. Also, ANABI is deeply involved in international cooperation. In 2024, we signed an MOU with ARMA, our Ukrainian counterpart, and joined the EPAC network. Also, we participate in new funding projects such as Clap to Trace, Recover, and DATACROS II, and now DATACROS III. This project supports training, tool development, data consolidation, and regulatory analysis. This collaboration will contribute to strengthen asset recovery at the European and international level. To conclude, ANABI covers the full asset recovery cycle, for identifying and traced assets to managing and selling them, and reinvesting proceeds into communities. Our activities funds ARO, AMO, RARMIS, social reuse, policy development, and international cooperation. Most important, we ensure that once served criminal interest can transform into value for society. So please now I'll give the floor to my colleague, Alice.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alice Cutaru-Sandru. I am also an asset tracing and management inspector, and I work at ANABI. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of DATACROS III. As you have just heard how ANABI manage seized and assets in Romania, it's important to say that our work doesn't end once the assets are secured. In many ways, that is only the beginning, because the real question is what happens after conviction? Why does it matter what we do with these assets? And how can we turn them into value for communities? That's where social reuse comes in. Social reuse matters because it transforms crime profit into public value. Instead of letting confiscated assets sit unused or lose value, we redirect them toward schools, services, victims, and communities. It shows that justice is not only about punishment. It is also about rebuilding, about supporting victims, about preventing future harm, about giving back to society what crime once took away. At its core, social reuse is simple. Assets taken from criminals should benefit the public. It can support children, improve public infrastructure, help vulnerable groups, build stronger communities. Through social reuse, we can turn illegal profits into public good, restore trust, create visible justice, a justice that people can actually see. Regarding our national model, Romania has developed a strong and coherent model that has grown step by step over the last years. Let me guide you briefly through its evolution. So, Romania model did not appear overnight. It developed gradually through several legal milestones. It started in 27 with the government ordinance number 14, the first framework for managing and relocating confiscated assets. Then, in 2015, ANABI was created, and the law introduced two key mechanisms for social reuse: free transfer of confiscated real estate to local authorities for social projects, and free use agreements for NGOs, foundation, and the Romanian Academy and branch academies for social or public interest activities. 1 year later, in 2016, a separate legal mechanism was added. This mechanism allows confiscated properties to be transferred to the public domain of the state and placed under the administration of central government authorities, national public institution, or national autonomous administration at their motivated request to be used as main or secondary headquarters. Finally, in 2022, Romania introduced the National Crime Prevention Support Mechanism. This mechanism takes a part of the confiscated money and allocated into crime prevention and victim support, including to grant schemes for NGOs. Taking this all together, you can see a gradual evolution by which we build a flexible, multi-layered system that allows confiscated assets and money to be reused for the public good. Now let me tell you how the process works in practice. After a final conviction, once a property is confiscated and enters the state's private domain, everything starts with a motivated request from a potential beneficiary, a local authority, a central institution, a state-owned entity, or an NGO. And after the request is submitted, ANABI has 45 working days to decide the most suitable pathway. There are 3 possible outcomes. First, the property can be transferred free of charge to local authorities for clear social objectives. Second, the property can be transferred free of charge to central government institution or national public bodies to be used as their main or secondary headquarters. And third, the property can be granted in free use to NGOs, foundations, or academies for projects of social or public interest. All these transfers are approved to a government decision initiated by the Ministry of Finance and based on a proposal from ANABI. ANABI applies clear criteria when choosing the right option. The institutions, such as the institution's real need for space, the property condition, the location, the financial implication, and overall the public value. If none of the pathways are equitable, the assets goes to the general disposal procedure. And if it cannot be sold after several public auctions, it may return to ANABI for a new evaluation of its social reuse potential. To sum up all of this, we can see that we have a solid legal framework. The government ordinance, the ANABI law, the law that expands the beneficiaries, and the law that regulated the national mechanism for crime prevention support. Together, these laws makes the system coherent, functional, and transparent. Now, let me show you how this works in reality by giving you some examples. One of the most symbolic example is this office building on Calea Floreasca in Bucharest. It was a confiscated building from a criminal conviction for economic offenses that was later transferred free of charge to the Ministry of Justice. This building has more than 3,000 square meters of usable space and a value around 2.9 million euros. Today, it functions as a public office space for judicial administration and proves a strong message that a building once acquired through crime now supports the justice system itself, a clear symbol of restitution, transparency, and of course, integrity. Another example is this villa confiscated in a tax fraud case. This villa was transferred to the municipality of Bacău country and is being transformed into a home for elderly person. This came from a case, from a tax fraud case, an embezzlement case, and it shows how a property once associated with the criminal activity can become a valuable social service for the most vulnerable people. This is a property linked to a corruption case. This is in Râmnicu Vâlcea, and was confiscated and transferred to also to the municipality. Its value is around 300,000 euros, and the local authorities intended to convert it into a kindergarten. This means that this building that once was connected to a corruption will now support education and future generation. This is a more recent example. It comes from Sibiu country. Here is a large plot of land. This land entered in the state ownership through a criminal confiscation. It has a value of approximately 2.38 million euros. The land is proposed for transfer from the state to the local community free of charge. Also, the plan is to build a community administrative center and social facilities serving local residents. The proposal was submitted in July this year, and it's currently under review. This is also an example that shows how justice takes root when confiscated assets are returned to the people and used to strengthen local development. About our National Crime Prevention Support Mechanism. As already mentioned by my colleague Loredana, this mechanism was created in 2022 is founded through a simple and predictable rule. 50% of source of confiscated money proceed from asset sales and equivalent value confiscation feed one national mechanism that supports legal education, victim services, crime prevention programs, and of course institutional capacity. The distribution of this mechanism is, as you see in my slide, as it follows. 20% of the funds go to the Ministry of Education, 20% go to the Ministry of Health, 50% to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, 50% to the Public Ministry, 50% to the Ministry of Justice, and 50% to ANABI. A key feature of this mechanism is this grant scheme managed by ANABI, which provide non-reimbursable funding to NGOs working in the social and victim field. Practically, this mechanism ensures that prevention, health, education, justice, and communities all benefit. I will tell you about how we from ANABI use these funds. The implementation began with a public consultation in 2023, followed by the first grant agreement that was signed in 2024. You can see in the slide some images from the project that were implemented. We have some example including the project, namely Justice for Victims with Intellectual Disability. It starts with a program that offers legal education for over 140 children and young people, active measure for crime prevention that supported vulnerable communities in Argeș country. we can see several good practices from this form of social reuse. We have a transparent and rule-based allocation. We have strong cooperation between ministries and local authorities. We have active engagement of NGOs and communities. We reuse both movable and immovable assets and continue public visibility and communication, because together with these principles, we ensure that the system is fair, is credible, and also is impactful. Of course, we have some challenges because challenges remain, but they also create opportunities for improvement. Romania aims to build on the positive outcomes of the last year funding cycle and continue the dialogue with the civil society. So this year, we focus to strengthen our mechanism through legislative adjustments, expanding the framework into a national program of strategic interest, and extending the implementation timeframes to support more sustainable projects. To sum up, I think that in the end, I would like to say that the message behind all this is simple. Confiscation is not the end, it's a new beginning, and it marks the moment when assets that once used for crime start working for society. This way we can rebuild trust through transparency, accountability, and visible justice. Thank you very much for your attention. If you would like to learn more about us, about our project, about our national mechanism, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much, Elena and Alice, for this very inspiring explanation of how you can reuse for social purposes confiscated assets. Thank you very much. There is a question for you, and I ask you to be brief because we are very late. So if you can answer in with 2-3 minutes maximum to this question: to what extent are specific victims of the crime compensated versus the public good? For example, compensating individual victims of a scam when the perpetrator is bankrupt.
We can compensate specific victims from this mechanism because, as I told you before, 50% of the funds are allocated to the Ministry of Justice, and we have a law that provides that the victim can be compensated from the Ministry of Justice funds. I hope that this has.
Thank you. Yeah, very brief and clear.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
And of course, for the participants, all the slides will be uploaded on the DATACROS website. So you can find also the contacts. Now we have the last. Sorry.
I see another question. It's regarding the public option.
Oh,
how do you
sorry. I lost.
Agents of any nature of the former owners to try to participate. We have this regulated in our law. So when a person wants to participate at a public auction, it has to complete a form and by which it said that he doesn't know the owner or doesn't have any connection with the perpetrator. So this is the way, and it's a declaration that they give us they can be punished if they are lying. Of course, we can make some follow up to the prosecutor and say that they are linked to the perpetrator.
Thank you again, and sorry I had lost this question. Fortunately, you looked in the chat. So we are moving now to our last panelist, Antonio Bosisio from Crime and Tech, who will explain how some tools works for diligence, identification of possible crimes. So, Antonio, it's up to you.
Okay, yeah, let me share my screen. So please tell me if you see correctly.
Yes.
My screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Now it's perfect.
All right. So the idea is to somehow explain what we are doing in Project DATACROSS in developing and creating and enhancing a tool that combines different data sources and can be used by public authorities and investigators in order to understand, to track, and to tackle financial crime schemes. I think previous speakers have already somehow underlined some of these introductory notes that I wanted to outline, but I think it is important to underline that legitimate companies' assets are widely and increasingly used to shield the true identities of individuals that are involved in corruption, money laundering, and other types of scheme. And as the colleague of Guardia di Finanza has underlined, we are facing more and more, we are seeing more and more the so-called hybrid threats, so schemes that become more complex and involve elements of corruption, organized crime infiltration, tax fraud, money laundering, and so on. And this is also outlined in the last Europol SOCTA. So schemes are getting more complex, but also there is a good news, which is that the data available is growing. This, of course, is helping, but is also posing some new challenges. And I think to build up on what Lorenzo Segato from React said, these sources are fragmented, are often heterogeneous, often have a cost. So it is a big challenge to try and use them in the most efficient way. But something that is certain is that public authorities need to somehow try and follow the pace of criminals. So they need to somehow start using tools that are able to put together data sources and also help out in tracing complex networks in the domain of financial crime. This is an information that I always like to show, because I think it's very powerful, and it shows somehow how central it is the problem of enforcement in the European Union. So only 2% of organized crime profits are seized. These are estimation by Europol in the last SOCTA report, and this somehow underlines how difficult it is and how structural it is, this problem, even though we have seen enormous efforts in the past few years on the regulatory side and also on the enforcement and investigation side. So why tools are essential and why we are trying to do our job also in Project DATACROSS III. So of course, as you have seen in the presentation by Lorenzo, by React before, there is no single data source that can provide an updated and complete picture of a complex network, such as a network of companies registered in different countries, or assets or companies and individuals linked to a financial crime scheme. So it is important to triangulate using different data sources, but of course, each data source has different attributes. So we get data that have public or restricted access, for instance. Some of them have a cost. Some of them are national in nature. So with real estate registry, company registers are national by nature. There are some others that are transnational, but still they may found issues in giving an homogenized picture across jurisdictions. And then, of course, we have data that are unstructured, so they don't have a tabular form or a structured form. And we have seen the work that, for instance, Benz was showing in somehow making unstructured data about the public procurement into a structured format. Why tools are essential? First of all, combining data source. Second of all, building on those data and providing risk assessment capabilities. So the more we can put together data, the more we have the capabilities also to assess risks and to rank, identify high-risk entities. And also an important thing is to provide visual analytics, because I'm a strong believer also in the human capacity of understanding complexity that oftentimes is actually more efficient, more creative than what a machine can do. So it's important also to have these visual components that can identify, that can depict a network and then leave also the interpretation to the user. I don't want to spend too much time on the type of data sources that can be included, but of course, there are company data that can have a high complexity. We saw an example in the presentation of React before, how difficult it is to trace companies across jurisdiction. Here you find an example of a company with an ownership structure that develops across different jurisdictions. And then, of course, you can put together several other asset data in order to trace somehow the ownership the ownership networks of individuals. So we have real estate registries, for instance, vessel registries, vehicles, and then more difficult to integrate and more restricted or more technically difficult to integrate are bank account registers and for instance, crypto assets information. Then we have, of course, information on the attributes of nodes. So rather than giving relational information like the assets, these are data that give you more information on the attributes of a node. So if a person is a politically exposed person, if it's included in a sanctioned list, if it's included in a journalistic investigation. And then there is the big word of open source, so the so-called OSINT, and of course the public procurement that we've seen before. And so the idea is that the big challenge is to integrate all these data sources that are often inconsistent, scattered, and they developed across different jurisdictions. Here you can see some of the main development challenges in doing so, and of course combining different data sources. One of the greatest challenges is the entity reconciliation. So to say that a certain node, so a certain individual, for instance, in one data source is the same one in another data source. So somehow connecting those two networks, those two data sets. And then, of course, starting from this problem, the idea is how to reconstruct a complex network and how to make it somehow simple enough to be used by an end user, but also detailed enough in order to not lose the complexity and the information that is involved in the data. So these are the big trade-offs that you face when you're somehow integrating data in this domain. And then, of course, there are the risk assessment challenges. So how to discriminate between a good or a bad firm, a good or a bad asset, or a good or a bad network, in a sense. Of course, the AI is somehow providing some disruptive potential in this domain, especially in the last 2 years with LLMs and other developments that are modular, more easy to integrate, less costly. But of course, they have also several other downturns. I don't want to spend too much time on them, but of course there are risks of hallucinations. There is a risk of inconsistency among signals generated by AI, and so of course it's something that, in my opinion, needs to be addressed and needs to be taken into account, but also very carefully. And in these the AI Act and the EU regulation is providing somehow the relevant framework for doing so. So now I would like to spend some time just showing up what we are doing in Project DATACROSS. So we are building a tool together with EU authorities that are participating, that are partners in the project, integrating different data sets with global coverage, and then providing also a layer of risk assessment that includes our indicators and also some AI components that we are integrating. Of course, these can be used on macro level intelligence, but also micro level investigations. And I think one of the big power of the project is this picture that was already showed by Michael in the opening. But I think it's a great setup because we have both technological partners that can help in this exercise of putting together different data, integrating them, visualizing them, providing risk assessment, and then some different end users that can help us in understanding how the tool should work, could work, and also in testing it in operational scenarios. This is a roadmap on how Project DATACROSS, the tool, has evolved. So going from like only showing company data and now trying to show like universal coverage, including company, real estate, also virtual currency, assets, satellite imagery, real estate, and also integrating AI capabilities. We now have real-time but also historical data, and we have extended quite a lot the number of information included in the tool. What does the tool do? I will show a brief demo just to show some of the features, but the main idea is to help authorities in reconstructing complex network of companies, individuals, and assets, calculate risk indicators that should guide somehow the public authority in understanding this data, and then providing some visual analytics for supporting the investigation. So I have a quick video of the tool and how it works. Basically, what we have developed so far is a toolkit in which you can search for companies registered worldwide. We exploit at the moment. There is something that I want to stress, and which is that these tools can enhance, can speed up, and make more efficient the analyst capabilities, but are not there to replace them. So they can help in a faster detection. They can help prioritizing analysis. They can help providing cross-border visibility. But I really like what Lorenzo Segato said about the fact that that the human capabilities, the human skills remain at the center of these activities. And I'm also I really want to stress that I believe that all these type of improvements and innovation can really be useful if we don't fall in the logic error of thinking that they will be substituting the human work. I think this will be useful only if we really believe that human capabilities, human skills are at the center of the innovation, and then these tools are then able to speed up and make more efficient the human skills. So I just want to conclude, and then I leave time if there are any comments or questions. And just to say, we have seen that, of course, there are more increasingly complex schemes out there in terms of financial crime. And there is an increasing need by public authorities for somehow trying to follow the pace of this complexity. So tools, data sources, methods are there to help. The information is getting richer, but is fundamental to develop knowledge of available data for gathering information, the right information on assets and related entities, developing or using indicators and models for risk assessment, and developing or using tools for investigation. And then, very important way for me to conclude, again, tools are here, but they're here to support and enhance the human capabilities, and they're not there to replace them. And let's be always very skeptical about out-of-the-box solutions that promise us to solve all our problems with a simple click or with a simple solution, because the solution oftentimes is not simple, it's complex, but the technology and the innovation is there to help us navigating this complexity. So that's it on my side. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Awesome presentation, but essentially awesome tool. I had the opportunity to test it, and I have to say that it's really powerful. And as you stressed, and Lorenzo stressed before, you need a human brain to elaborate then all the patterns and the network analysis that the tool is able to provide. So thanks a lot. I'm looking for comments or questions, but it seems that for the moment there are no questions. Okay, so it's 4:15. We are quite on schedule. I would leave some 10 minutes, Lorenzo, for a closure of this long day, but I think exciting and inspiring day. So open your mic
Davide.
and take the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists, and especially to all those brave people who remain connected for the whole day for this online webinar session. It's always very hard to stay connected, to follow a day like this, very full of content and ideas and experiences. And I wanted to go back to the beginning. So the project in which we are working together, and why we are here in this webinar. I think this is one of the mainstream elements that has been touched by all of the panelists. Apart from the technologies, apart from the procedures, apart from the capacity and the power of the different authorities, people can make the difference. And Antonio has greatly reminded this at the end of his presentation. This is why in the DATACROS project, there is a specific work package for the multi-stakeholder cooperation. This work package includes also the training, a set of training initiatives like this one. Unfortunately, this is a kind of very basic training. We are just showing, trying to exchange ideas and exchange hints and suggestions. But I think this is the right path in order to make all this technology relevant and significant for many of you. We've had, I mean, the backgrounds are really different. but I think any potential user, any stakeholder of this kind of tool, whether as a journalist, a police officer, a law enforcement, a researcher, all of us are coming back from this workshop with some new ideas or new elements. And I think one of the key points that I would like to stress in the end is the importance of the feedback. So we're not just here to listen and to understand that something is ongoing, but please try to get into these things, test it, try by yourself. Usually when you see something nice at the end, it is said, don't try this at home. We would say, try this at home. Try to apply not the tools which are under development, but at least try to get the same results that we are trying to achieve with your capacities and your tools, and maybe share with this project team what has been your experience. The user experience is fundamental. So it would be great to say, to have a feedback saying, well, what you're doing is very nice, but we lack the analytical capacity, or we don't have, we're not confident with the tool. We have used the DATACROS III platform. We're testing it. It is very sophisticated, so it requires time and energy to get into. Never forgetting that all these tools are for identify criminal networks. Well, they will be very helpful to identify anomalies. And in a period in which resources are really limited, I think the other mainstream idea of this is having like a gradual tool that can provide potential access to more and more information according to the level of risk that I am detecting. The video that Antonio has shared with us has greatly shown this. You can have a picture of all the companies. I mean, if you look at the screen, it's only boxes and arrows. But then if you put your head, you say, well, this specific combination is strange. So let's go dig into this. So the idea behind this workshop was to tell you, to show you what we are doing, and to ask all of you participants to provide feedbacks and idea. And I would like to thank Enrique for the number of questions and hints that he has provided. Enrique, please, if you have some ideas, send us an email at the end of this workshop, because I'm sure your mind is full of new ideas. And this is very helpful. This is why the European Union is providing investing money for developing this. And I really do hope that this is a workshop which is a starting point for a discussion. So I think all of the partners, all of the panelists are really available to keep on the discussion on different points. The project is very structured, and Michael, you are, I mean, the managing authority of this project. So you know all the next step. I know there are several workshops for journalists, for law enforcement, and I really hope that there will be opportunity to share all of this together in order to provide the best possible results, because we are all interested in what we have seen today. And so I would like again to thank you, all the panelists, for the presentations. Repeat that all the materials, the documents will be made available, and encourage all of you really to share, even critics, even negative comments on what you have seen, because everything is helpful for us to proceed our job. And with these last few words, I will give the floor again to Michael for really the closing of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Yeah, I won't repeat the amazing things you've said. So instead, I'll just keep it simple. Thank everyone, of course. And as Lorenzo mentioned, we will have further training sessions. The next one will be on AML obliged authorities. And so I'd ask you to keep following our socials, our website, and you can find the next training. And again, as Lorenzo said, we very much so welcome feedback. So please drop us a line, send us an email. and let us know your thoughts. Thank you, everyone.